Good morning, good morning. How are you? Trying to get TikTok to work for me. It's a challenge lately. I don't know what the deal is, but it seems to be a struggle. I don't know, maybe it's because there's so many of us that love to play. How is everyone today? Hello, hello. How are you? I'm not sure how to say your name. Anjik Mott. Is that right? Hello, hello. I gotta dump me some clean water in here. Hello, hello. How are you? Welcome, welcome, everyone. We are going to get started here in just a minute. We got several things we're going to work on. We have our tumbler that we started yesterday. It's all nice and dry, so we can, we're going to do the next color on this. So I'm going to critique this paint just a bit before I do that. It's going to glow in the dark, and that part of it's cool, but I'm not a fan. But I can also fix that for this technique. I just got to figure out how. And I know there's got to be a way that I can thicken this paint, because it, like right here, it flattened and it started to run, and yeah, I don't like that. I like the 3D tech. And okay, gotcha. I am doing great, thank you. So we're going to work on that. Because we have to let the paint dry, I have a couple projects for us to work on at the same time. I hope that's all right with everybody. But I don't want to watch paint dry. That's not fun. So we're going to do other things. So this one, we also painted yesterday. It's nice and dry. So we're going to do, right? I do too. So the dyes are a lot of fun to play with. That really isn't the issue. The issue, Angie, is that the paint is too thin. There is a base coat on it, but the paint is too thin. And so I need to thicken it somehow. And I know there's a medium out there, but I'm limited to like the smallest Joann fabric that I've ever seen, and Walmart. That's where I can get my supplies without, the next closest place is an hour's drive. So there's that. But I'll figure it out, because I do want to do the glow in the darks, and I haven't found these paints that are in the tube, the acrylics in the tube. They're a lot thicker paint, and if you leave a glob of paint, it's going to stay a glob. It's not going to melt on you and run like this does. So anyway, on this we're going to do a shattered glass, because it's a technique that I really want to learn how to do. I've watched Wendy at Gypsy Soul Tribe do it many times, and so I'm going to try my hand at that, and we'll kind of go through the trials and tribulations of that together. So if you don't know how and you want to do it along with me, that would be awesome. So a little background about me. Hello. Right. Yeah. I probably could. But that, again, is not really going to solve my problem. It's not so much the coverage that I'm getting. It's the effect that I'm getting that I don't like. Because, like I say, when I paint with the tube paint, it stays put. So if I have brush marks in it, my brush marks are going to stay. If I paint with this paint, it's not, because it's too thin. The paint itself is too thin. Not coverage-wise, but consistency-wise. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the consistency, not so much the coverage. These paints don't cover very good either. It takes me 3 to 4 coats to to actually come out to this color on a white base. So, yeah, that's the problem. Well, welcome, welcome. I am so glad that you're here. How are you doing? But thank you for your suggestions. I always appreciate your suggestions because, you know, they might not be useful at this very minute, but they might be useful somewhere else. So I'm always open to your suggestions. Even if they don't fit the situation, they'll fit somewhere. So please keep giving them. Don't take it as discouragement at all. Okay, so like I say, so a little about me, I guess. I am a very adventurous crafter. I have been crafting my entire life. I started crafting when I was 5 years old. I was in Bluebirds, I was in Girl Scouts, I was in all those things. And not only that, but I was surrounded by women in my family that crafted. My great-grandmother, my grandmother, and my mom. And a few aunts along the way as well. So I have been around crafts my entire life. Most of what I learn by absorbing everything I can find about it, and then I do it. And for me, most things come pretty easy. Not that I don't struggle, not that I don't make mistakes, but for the most part, I can pick things up pretty good. So, but I love to learn and I love to teach. And so my channel, I've developed this channel. Good morning. Cornstarch. Okay. That might work because cornstarch doesn't get clumpy and it will absorb the liquid. So that might work. I might try that. Thank you. Right? This is the first time I've ever used this, and it's folk art. But I was really excited because they're glow in the dark, and I am working on a tie-dye tumbler like this one. This one doesn't glow in the dark, but I thought that would be really cool. What I'm not super excited about is these colors are super vibrant, and I love that. These, I'm not sure yet if they are or not. It's going to take a few coats of paint to get them on the cup, but I'm almost feeling like they're not going to be. Right? So I use the Deco Art Americana because they are a really good consistency for doing the dot mandalas, which is what I bought them for. And I love these paints. I have used them as base coats on my cups. And they're beautiful. In fact, was it that? Yeah, this one. So this one was actually coated with this pink. What is it? Baby pink from Deco Art. And it's beautiful. I mean, it shines through the alcohol inks. It's really pretty. Love it. And it coats really well. And it's a couple dollars. So, I mean, I know there's more expensive things out there that you can use, but I'm not all about expensive. Yeah, sometimes you get what you pay for, but I just kept trying paints until I find ones that I like. And these ones kept getting recommended over and over for the dot mandala, so that's the one I tried first. So far, I'm not really impressed with this. I got a better coverage with the cheapy Walmart brand than I got with these, and they were a lot more expensive. However, the color shift, I'm really impressed with the coverage. It actually did really well. So, yeah. Thank you. She's getting ready to get her first coat, well, her next coat of epoxy, but it's the first coat over the zipper. So I got it glued on. It's nice and secure, so I gotta figure out how I'm gonna tape this off so I don't get any epoxy on it. So yeah, but we may get to that too. If we have to let things go. But I'd like to work on the shattered glass. So I was watching, how do you say her name? Mala. I don't remember. It'll come to me in a minute. Anyway, I was watching her live this morning, and she, through the middle of the night, made a shattered glass pen, and it was so really awesome. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I love doing the tie-dye. I love the colors, especially this time of year, right? They're happy and fun. So we're going to work on the tie-dye. We're going to work on the shattered glass. So because of my back issues, I have to get up and move around every now and again. And so we might also mix up some fast coat epoxy and get a few things epoxied. So if you were here yesterday, you've already seen these. But this is my mermaid cup. It's an alcohol ink tumbler. It says, "I'm done adulting. Can we be mermaids?" And I really love this mermaid. And then this is a vinyl that I got off of Amazon. So it's kind of an iridescent vinyl. And it's clear, which I thought was cool because it shows the alcohol ink underneath. And I need to get this one epoxied. So this is my little pixie. And she's swinging on her swing and her little house. And it says Pixie Trust, or Faith, Trust, and Pixie Dust. So I want to get that one done. And other people have recommended Arteza acrylic paints as well. Do they have the neons? So I need to get coats of epoxy on those. And then I have this Disaster Zone. People have told me that I should maybe make it into a Halloween cup, which might be a cool idea, but I messed it up. So I got to figure out how to fix the mess up. And I'm still thinking I might just flood it with alcohol, clean it off, spray paint it, and do it again. Because I don't like it at all. It's the only one I've made that I didn't like as far as alcohol ink floods go. This is the other one that I did in that same style. So it needs its first coat of epoxy. So yeah, I need to get some tumblers epoxied, and I have a couple of other things to do. So we have lots of things to do. We'll see how far we get. I have my phone plugged in, so hopefully the charger will keep up with it today. Because yesterday I plugged it in because the battery was low and my charger couldn't keep up with the battery on the phone. But it's also a different phone, so we'll try that. But yeah, I have heard pretty good things about the Arteza acrylic paints. They don't have a great price point, so I was a little hesitant. So I did get some new paint, because like I said, the ones from Walmart are fine. They were great. I just couldn't get, I can't get bigger tubes in all the colors that I like, so I don't like that. And that seems to be the problem with many of them, is I can't, they're in a set, and that's the way it is. So eventually I'll find, and Arteza may be different, I'm not sure. But right now I want to try many different things and teach many different things on here, so I have to be careful about the amount of money that I spend on things, because it's expensive to try new things all the time. So I got these paints. So they're Got It Deal acrylic paints, and I found these on Amazon. There's 48 different colors in the set, and the tubes are quite a bit bigger than the ones that I got from Walmart, as you can see. And they're wider as well, so These are 0.4 fluid ounces. And these ones are 0.77 fluid ounces. So not quite double, but pretty close. So we'll give them a shot and see how they are. As I get better and better and the more I paint, I will get the Artezas eventually, for sure. Because I just heard really good things about them. But these were rated pretty well on Amazon. And that's something that I look at too. A lot of times they'll tell you, you know, that they like them and it's a good price point for the price point, which is awesome. But alcohol inks are another one that are super expensive from some places, and I can't do super expensive. So, you know, when you're talking $3, $4, $5 a bottle, that's a lot to me. And sorry, that stuff is cellophane is the worst. So I got the Prixis alcohol ink set. There's 25 colors in here, so I'm pretty excited to use those. For what I use, the way I do my alcohol inks, I do a flood technique of sorts. And, oh, I like the way that they're packaged. So, they're all individually packaged. So, I have no spills. That's awesome. These are 0.5 fluid ounces, which is awesome because the last ones I got are about half that. I like them. They work great. They're probably not as concentrated, but I have seen many people that I know use these, and I love the colors. So, pretty excited about those. I did order, Miss Lou Designs did a pre-order for alcohol inks. I did order a few sets of those. They should be here, I think she said. She's hoping by the end of the month, but no guarantees. And then I got a set of metallics. HXDZFX, whatever that is. They weren't rated too badly either. There are 8 or 16 different colors of metallics inks, so we're going to give those a shot and see. It's not going to break my heart if those are not as concentrated, because that is the biggest struggle with alcohol or with metallics, right? So if they'll spread out more, that would make me happy, because I don't particularly like big clumps of metallic ink. So we have those to play with, so I'm pretty excited. I have 4 more sets of alcohol inks coming from different companies because I want to compare them all. So hopefully that will help all of you as well. And then these sweet little things, these are called spider gel. They are made for fingernails, but ew, I love the paintbrushes. I wasn't kind of surprised they're paintbrushes. I thought they were not paintbrushes to put on spider gel. But anyway, it's kind of stringy, and I like the way that it looks on the tumbler that I saw it on. Dixie, what is her name? I'm having a hard time with names. It's not my best suit anyway. But anyway, my channel is all about a place for people to come and learn and grow, and we're going to learn together a lot of times, because I'm going to try new things. And not that I won't do old things, not that I won't do things that other people are doing, but I love playing with the alcohol inks because they're all different. They react different. I got a lot to learn. And yep, Dixie darlings, thank you, thank you, thank you. Anyway, the tumbler I saw her do that on, it was really neat. So I want to try that and maybe use it in some different applications. So I went to my Dollar Tree the other day, yesterday in fact, and I found me some sloth fabric. If you guys know me, I love sloths. They're my favorite. So I'm not sure what, I want to make a bag out of it, and I'm going to make a tumbler to match. But I'm not sure exactly how we're going to do it. So we got that. Anyway, I digress. We have lots of things to work on. That was my whole point. I need to get me some clean water because that's gross. I was a little slow this morning because I needed to, you know, take a shower and do all the human things. Okay. Clean brushes, clean water, we're ready. All right. So, you know, I'm open to hearing if there's things that you want to learn and you come back frequently, then, and you want to come back and learn something, shoot me a message. You know, if you can't, if we're not friends on here, you can always go to my link tree and find me on Instagram and send me a message there. Or also in my link tree, I have a Facebook page and I have a Facebook group, and it's a brand new group. I'm just trying to get it started, but I would like to eventually take all my tutorials and my lives off of here and upload them on that channel so we can go back and look at them, and if you missed them, you can see them and all of those things. So you can go join that group if you would like. You can follow me here. You can follow me on Instagram, all the things. And I would appreciate them all. So let's get, I think we're going to do the orange. I got a basic outline here. Orange? No, blue. We're going to do the blue. So we're going to do, I got to fix one spot. See, I got an owie. So I need to fix that. I'm just going to put some, so I used the base coat I used was Waverly chalk paint. And I enjoy the Waverly a lot. This is the first time that I've used it, and I'm pretty impressed with it. It covers good, it dries quick, all the things. Just don't bang it on things. It doesn't like that, like any other paint. Right? So, one of the things I want to try is I want to take the Waverly chalk paint and put it on a tumbler and do the tilted flood technique on with the alcohol inks. Good morning, how are you? Nice to see you, Deb. Thanks for joining. But I would like to see what the alcohol inks, how they react on the chalk paint versus the spray paint. Because if I could get away from doing spray painting, I totally would. It's not good for me. I am allergic to a lot of chemicals, and one of them happens to be whatever they use in the aerosol cans, because it doesn't matter what kind of aerosol it is. If I'm not in a good ventilated area, it's not a happy time. So I end up taking Benadryl and then I'm sleeping. So let's get this blue on the tumbler. We'll get that, and then we'll start on that shattered glass. I have no idea what I'm going to do. I did not take Wendy's advice. I am not starting with the thick tape. I'm starting with the 1/16. I'm not a thick line kind of girl. Not my thing. Don't like them. I mean, it's fine, and I've seen beautiful work. It's just not me. So there's that. Yay, lots of paint in the lid, so we're going to start with that. So, inside, outside. Pretty sure I did the inside, so I guess that's what we'll do. Hopefully, let me get you down here where you can see what I'm working on. Sorry guys, all this stuff in the way. Alright, here we go. It's gonna get out of frame sometimes, I'm sorry. But as you go around this tumbler, I gotta move it. I'll try to stay in frame as much as possible. And again, just like yesterday, I'm doing little bits. Good morning. I'm doing little bits at a time. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I don't have any of my mods in here, so I'm really sorry if I miss your comment. I'll read it. Just be patient with me. Okay, second thing. We'll see, but at this point, when I was doing the other paints on the first tumbler I showed you, these ones, the color mixed, even dry. So I let it dry in between coats and the color mixed. I don't see that with this. Not that it's a huge big deal. I have all the colors. We can go back and paint them in where they should be. But it's one more step. And I have to do all of the base colors for the 3 base colors first and get them good and dark, and then I'm going to have to go back and do the other ones, I think. Which is fine. Like I say, I'm willing to do it for glow in the dark. But just so you're aware, that is going to be an issue. But I don't have any cornstarch right at the moment, so I may get some and we may try that tomorrow. I might prep it. See if that helps us get the dimension and maybe even a little bit better coverage, because this definitely isn't as good as the other one as far as coverage goes. Again, because it's too thin. But we may try that. And I may look. I don't know if that new acrylic paint set that I have, there's 48 colors in there. I don't know if there's any neons or not. Or glow in the dark. I didn't look for these online either, so. Hello, Kenna, how are you? Thank you for joining. Hello, Candace. There's my girl. How are you? Yay. There's one of my moderators. She can answer your questions too. She's been with me since the very beginning. So, we're doing another tie-dye, Miss Candace. I don't know if you saw it yesterday, but this one is going to be glow in the dark. So I'm pretty excited about that. Okay, so now we're going to go back and fill in. Oh, that was a lot of paint. Super lot of paint. I am not doing a very good job of getting my points to either with this. And I gotta say it's the paint, because I didn't have that issue with the other paint. But I feel like it's fine. Awesome. Me too. Mahalo. Mahalo is the one that I was thinking. Mahalo Design Studio. She's the one I was watching this morning. Sweet girl stayed up all night. But one of the things she did last night in her live was she made a shattered glass pen. Coolest thing ever. I'm going to try it on the tumbler first. I feel like a pen is a pretty small. It might be done fast, I guess. There's that. But, yeah. I think I need to do it on something bigger than that. I left pretty big spaces this time. Okay, when we get around here, we got to let this dry. And anyway, what I was going to say, and I didn't finish because my squirrel brain remembered Mahalo's name. When we come back, I couldn't tell where the colors were mixing with the other paint either until I went to do the second coat, because when we do the second coat, we're going to paint a little bit of yellow over the blue, right? So these, the colors where they overlap are going to continually get layered. So when I go over the yellow, it's going to go into the blue. When I come back and do the blue, it's going to go over the top of the yellow. So as it does that, as I did that with the last one, I did get the greens and the oranges and the purples because it did mix. So I'm hoping this will do the same thing. I'm going to say it might. I don't know if you can see it or not, but right there, there's a little bits of green. So it might. That's exciting. Because like I say, I love the fact that it is glow in the dark. That makes me happy. I forgot my tumbler upstairs too. I did another tumbler that I used mica powders on that are glow in the dark. And they're awesome too. So it's upstairs in my kitchen window. Has been for 4 or 5 days. So it was a mica powder that I got off of Amazon. And I want to see, I only have a little teeny tiny black light. So I want to see how well it charged. Hello, hello. Thank you for joining. I appreciate you being here. Almost there, peeps. Doing this part, the butt is a little challenging because you're coming down over the edge. So getting your line to look right is a little bit of a challenge sometimes, but I don't get too awful excited about it. This is just my way of doing it. When I was watching Texas Designs, she did like a spiral here. She just or a pinwheel. She just started from the center and went out with her colors. But I wanted to try to actually incorporate the design because, you know, I can. So, when I get all done with the spiral itself, we'll come back and fill in this part to match. So I'll bring the blue over here and then do the pink off of it, and we'll finish this part. But I want to do the main spiral first. Hello, hello. How are you, Adkins? Oh, and who else did I miss? Foils and flakes. Oh, fun, fun, fun. Welcome, welcome. Okay. So we got that. We gotta wait. We're not gonna watch paint dry, so we gotta let it dry though. And then we'll do the next color. So while we're doing that, while we're waiting, what did I do with my one that I opened yesterday? Well, it looks like I did a fairly good job of getting the paint off of me from yesterday. I did take a shower this morning, peeps. Okay, there it is. Hey. Okay. So I feel like I'm going to take this off of here and take this out now. Oh, thank you. I am not conventional, that's for damn sure, but sorry. I was raised by a Marine and my very first job was working with truck drivers, so I try very hard not to swear, but it might come out my mouth. So I apologize. And if I catch myself, I'll apologize again. I have grandchildren and I've been trying to break myself of it for a very long time. It's a struggle, peeps. Okay. I really need to redo this because this is... I'm going to move this water over here for right this minute. Okay, so I will try to keep it in frame. Again, this is one of those things I'm going to have to move it around, so it's a little tougher to keep it in frame when you're trying to move it. Sorry, gonna move you a little. There we go. Okay. Oh, fine, fall down. I'm working on my new room, guys. I am in probably 6 feet by 8 feet. Tiny little, there's walk-in closets bigger than my space. But I will have lots of room first. And maybe later I'll show you a sneak peek of my room. Not much to look at, but you'll get an idea of where I'm at. Because there's no way for me to even get organized in here. I don't have enough places to even put things. So they're like stacked in spots. It's kind of organized chaos. Okay, I need a drink. I need to figure out where I want to start with this. Okay. So I've tried many different crafts over the years, and one of them that I've tried is weaving, and I used to do hand weaving, not on a loom. I bought a loom. I owned it for 2 years, and I touched it once, and it was like, oh no, this is not for me. So I sold my loom, but there was a lot of weaving techniques that I really liked and always wanted to try. We're going to see how well this paint sticks to this, or how well this tape sticks to this paint. Looks fairly straight. Now, I've seen people that do the bottom. Wendy doesn't. And she said why, and my squirrel brain lost it, so I may not either, but I'm going to leave it down there just because. Then oh, yeah, that's tough, Candace. Good morning. How are you? That crazy girl mom, boy mom. Do you have girls too or just boys? I was blessed with 2 boys and 1 girl. And then I was even further blessed with 4 stepchildren when I got married. And my husband has 3 boys and a girl. So our girls are really outnumbered. There's 7 of them, and we have 5 boys. So yeah, them girls are outnumbered. That's okay, they're both pretty special. Oh, nice, nice. 4 sons. Awesome, awesome. I have no idea where this is going, guys. It's just going. We shall see what we end up with. Like Wendy said, I'm going to cut that off in a minute. Maybe. That part doesn't want to stick. This might be a total fail, guys. And it might be beautiful. Who would know? Those almost met. Guess what? I am not completely prepared. Imagine that. Alright. We'll pull it off and cut it off with the scissors. There we go. Just needs to overlap, right? Thank you, you as well. Okay, look at how close it came. It almost met. It's not too far off. That really wasn't the goal, but no. It's fine. I'm not a big one for doing parallel lines because I can't ever get them even, but close enough. So, this is difficult for my brain because I am a very symmetrical person, and this is a very asymmetrical technique by nature. So, there is that. So I think this is a good exercise for me because I have to. Perfect. I don't know where that piece of other went. Don't want spare pieces of tape hanging around. That happened to me the other day with vinyl. I was working on that fairy or the pixie tumbler, and I was really glad that I found it because, you know, would have been bad if I'd epoxied over that. I worry about that, but I won't see it until after the fact because I can't see really well. So, okay. I think we're going to go, it's kind of tough to see with the blue, but there we are. So far. Hello, how are you, Yvonne? I am working on a shattered glass. Okay, I think with this piece, we're going to go all the way around. Maybe. I did not get my new tape I was waiting for. So, we'll do the squiggly fancy design later. So, my idea of shattered glass is I don't want any asymmetry in it, so I'm going to not make all the same designs. Come on, don't peel my paint off. That would make me sad. So far, so good. And all my tape is overlapping, so it should be easy to find if I pull the main strip. That should get most of them to pop up, right? Okay. I want to get the main segments, and then once I do that, we can go back and fill them in, right? Maybe I'm already there. I'm going to break this one up too. It's huge. I can't. Okay, we're going to do it this way. I want to break up this segment because it's like really huge. Starts over there. It like goes almost the full. It does go all the way around the tumbler, so we're going to break that up a bit. I'm going to go from here. So there. This is one of those things, it's like, how do you know when you're done? Guess it's all in how detailed you want to get, but. Thank you. I'm really excited about it. I really wasn't. When I first saw him, it was like, I don't know if I like that. But then I heard the story behind it, and it was like, oh my gosh. Yeah, my life has been shattered many times. And I have had to put my pieces back together and move on with my life. And that's what this kind of represents. That you survived the shatter and put it back together. So it was like, okay, I need to do me one of those. Maybe several. We'll see how it goes. But then I saw Mahalo this morning, and she did the pin, and it was like, oh, that's cool. Probably need to try one of those, but I needed to do it on a cup first. So. Still wet. So, as usual, I'm working on two different things at the same time. I guess I better fix these and make them meet. Just in case I do want to do the bottom. I don't know. I should connect them, I guess. If I don't want to do it, then I don't have to, but. So, I need your opinion and your vote, peeps. What are we going to do this with? Are we going to do, should we do glitter? Or what should we do? Should we do paint? I'm thinking glitter. What do you think? Pigments? Oh, like mica powders? Is that what you mean? Or actually painting? I explain more, please. Oh, mica powders. Like dry rub mica powders? Or should we make like a paint out of them? Because that would be pretty. I feel like. All shiny. Dry rub. Either. Okay. We have a direction. Love it. Oh, and I even got squirrel brain, guys. That's what Mahalo called it. It's like, oh, that's a perfect explanation of my brain. Perfect. I got a few new ones, too, that will work great. Tahiti. Whoops, wrong camera. Ha! So these are mica powders from Miss Lou Designs. So I got Tahiti. Pretty pretty. This one's probably too close in color to use for this, but I got Enchanted Forest. Super pretty, but it is almost, it's pretty darn close. And the purple is as well. This is color shift, so I'm not sure what it's going to do. This one doesn't have a label, so I'm going to have to go back and make me one. I'll have to look at my invoice and make me one, because I hate that. It drives me crazy. Oh, this one's amethyst. So, were you here when I started, Miss Candace? I got my Prixis inks, my metallic inks, and my new acrylic paints. And then I got a few other things we're going to play with, but I'm not sure where. Maybe on this. We'll see. Okay, so back to, we broke that segment a little bit. And I'm going to break this one. And I think we'll go this way down to there. Okay, I understand why beautiful Wendy loves doing these. I get it. It's kind of cool. Darn it, I didn't mean to push that down. This tape sticks pretty well to this paint. I'm not sure how well it'll do on the chalk paint, but it sticks really well to this. So if you were not here yesterday, where are they? They're in this disaster somewhere. So I used Color Shift, Folk Art Color Shift. This one is Dragon Flash. And the purple, also Folk Art Color Shift, is Purple Flash. So that's what they're supposed to do. Not sure that they do that, but could just be my lighting too. I don't see it on the camera even. I don't know. Okay. Back to what I was doing. So I started researching tumblers in January of 2021. And started buying stuff for it. We had like 4 family and friend deaths within a pretty short period of time. And so it kind of just got put on the back burner, and I just watched a lot of videos. And then in August, I fell and broke my back in August of 2001. So I had to wait until I was able to do it. So I was October-ish when I actually started. It was October of 2001 when I started. And I made a ton of them from October to December. Almost every family member and friend that I had, I made cups for. So, and some of them got a few, because like some friends of mine, I made my son a set of glasses, and also a set of glasses that I did hydro dipping on, and then I also made him a tumbler. So I made several tumblers. And yeah, I just kept right on going. So, and I just keep trying new things. But I've been crafting all my life, so things come pretty easy to me most of the time. But tumbler making is another one of those crafts I just love doing, because there's just so many techniques and so many things you can do. So I'm going to turn this tumbler, and I'm going to go from this corner up. Perfect. Oh, come on. You were in there perfect, and I wouldn't have had to cut it. I'm going to fight with the tape, peeps. It's fine. I don't fight with myself, so I feel like it's all good. Yeah, I've done a ton of research on them. I mean, not only the techniques, but when I get into something, I research everything. I went and researched all the epoxy. I went and researched a lot of different things. So I wanted to be safe first and foremost, and I have a very high sensitivity to chemicals. And when I have a reaction, most of the time it's an airway problem, so I'm pretty careful. Nice. Well, come back and join us. We'll learn together. My best advice for you is as soon as you can get all your supplies together, just do it. Don't think about it. Don't agonize about it. Just start somewhere. Pick one and do it. Because I feel like the longer I had to wait in my case, because it worked that way, the more nervous I got about starting. Okay, back this way so I can remember which way the top of my tumbler is. Because that's important. Okay. But yeah, honestly, if you watch tumbler makers, you've seen how many new tumbler makers there are and how amazing their stuff is. This is not a difficult thing to learn. It's not. None of it is difficult. It is really easy to make it look really good. I've made mistakes. I've made ugly things. I might keep this tumbler just as an example. There's ugly. It's just ugly. I hate it. I messed it up back there. Totally messed it up. But you know what? It's not that big a deal. I can take alcohol and get most of it off and spray paint it again and reuse the tumbler. No big deal. And hey, how are you? That's one of the things I want my channel to be all about. You're going to see me make mistakes, and then you can learn from them and not make the same mistakes I did. So, okay, here we go. This is what it's looking like. I'm not really sure how detailed I want to get with this thing. I guess I'll just keep going until I decide that's enough. Right. I've done a lot of beadwork, and most of it is kind of geometric like this is, so that is kind of cool. Welcome. How are you, Blue Monk? Right? Well, and the other place that I have seen a lot of stuff lately is because Amazon's not too bad. You can get a pretty good kit. Kim, how are you? You can get a pretty good kit for not very much money. The resin's not always the best, but you know what? It was a start. The best resin, as far as I'm concerned, for beginners, or hey, I even use it if I run out of resin, is Amazing Clear Cast. Because you can get it at Joann's, you can get it at Hobby Lobby. I'm not sure if Michael's carries it. I don't have a Michael's all that close to me, but I've gotten it at that two places, so I know that they have it. It's a pretty forgiving epoxy. It works pretty well. The smell it's kind of strong, so make sure that you're definitely in a well-ventilated area, because this does not say that it's VOC free. It does meet all FDA requirements, but make sure that you wear a mask and stuff if you use this, and any of them in those kits, because not that they're healthy for you if they don't have VOCs. I have a very nice air purifier. I paid a lot of money for it, and it'll do 5 times the size of my space. Actually, almost 10 times the size of my space. So this is the mask that I have. and I do use it. It's by RZ, and I got this on Amazon as well. This was recommended by, oh my gosh, I just thought of their name. Y'all have probably seen her wear this mask. She has epoxy and glitter and all the things. But it's a pretty good mask. It has dual filters. There's also another filter mask that you could put on the inside. So it's a pretty good mask, pretty inexpensive, and I like it. It's adjustable. It wasn't too uncomfortable to wear. I do still wear it if I use the Amazing Clear Cast. Oh, I haven't seen it at Walmart yet, but our Walmart is a little slower to get things. I've seen the resin molds. I've seen, which is funny to me, they have the resin molds, but they don't have the resin, really? Come on. But anyway, they're getting it. They're starting. So that, I just ordered that tumbler coating epoxy from the epoxy resin store. So they had another one. They didn't have that when I started in October. So I did buy another one that they recommended, but I really struggled with bubbles. I didn't have all the right equipment, so it wasn't necessarily just their epoxy. I just really struggled with the bubbles that I had. And now they have the tumbler coating epoxy. They didn't have that. So I did order some. I'm pretty excited about it because these prices drive me crazy. Just going to say that. How many places do they think actually manufacture epoxy? Really? How many do you think manufacture it? So, that's it. I'm not going there. If I can get it at a price point of 59 bucks, they're going to get my business. Probably the same quality, probably the same resin, different label. Just saying. I could be wrong, but I know there's a lot of products they do that with. And I'm all about keeping it affordable. Not that I don't sell my tumblers, but I don't want to have to charge you an arm and a leg for a tumbler because my epoxy's so expensive, or my glitter's so expensive, or whatever. Just want to keep it all affordable. They're expensive. Everything is, right? It's crazy. All right. It's looking pretty good. The tumbler coating epoxy stinks. I know their other one does. But from what I'm hearing from the few people that I know that have used it, they said that it doesn't have a smell hardly at all. The tumbler coating epoxy doesn't. So we'll see. We will see. It'll be here quickly because they have awesome customer service and super fast shipping and free shipping, which is awesome because epoxy's heavy. So when you have to pay shipping to get it here, it's spendy. Okay. So does it stay strong for a long time, or is it just right when you first mix it? Because I guess if I have to go back to wearing my mask for the price point, I'll do that. Like I say, I have a really good air purifier now. I didn't have that before when I was using their other one. But so it'll get rid of the smell in my room quickly. Won't change the fact that I'll have to wear a mask, but I don't mind wearing it. It does mean, however, that I'll do fewer videos of me doing the epoxy because you can't hear me. Right. Well, the other part that I have to consider is, so one of the other popular brands, and I'm not going to get into brand names right now, but one of the other popular brands, it has absolutely almost zero odor, but I have scars on me from where I broke out from it. And it didn't affect my airway, but I break out from it every time I use it. So sooner or later it is going to affect my airway, so I can't. And that's not the fault of the epoxy at all. It just is. My fabulous body likes to terrorize me. I'm going to go back to this bottom and I'm going to finish this line because I feel like I am going to do the bottom. Maybe I'll be sorry for not missing it to Miss Wendy, but I missed why she didn't do the bottom. Bear with me, guys. I only had 2 little lines to fix. But I want to make sure they're meet up pretty good and they're overlapped pretty good. So that when I go to pull it up, I can find them. I got my mask on Amazon. It's an RZ mask. What do you use? If you don't mind me asking. You guys, this is super fun. If you've been wanting to try this and you're scared, don't be. It is super fun. And I was worried I wouldn't know what to do. Just put a line down and go. It'll come. It literally just does. I'm not really even thinking about it. I'm just looking at it and going, okay. I'm going to make this area smaller and then I'm going to make this area smaller. Okay. Looking good. Okay. Are you going to kill me if I take a break and go back to the other cup and put paint on it? It's dry. I need to get the next coat on there. Can we do that? Squirrel! That's what Mahalo says. What's her name? Lonnie. I forget because I've only heard it once. I just call her Mahalo because I remember that. Okay. Cut that. Sorry, I'm going back and reading messages. Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, Deb, that's definitely scary, isn't it? It's not fun when your airway is compromised. I've been in the ER 4 or 5 times because of my airway being compromised. It's not okay with me. Don't like it. Okay, we're gonna go. I really need to. I missed a few spots with the blue, but we are gonna go to the pink and get it mapped out, and then yeah, artistry is the one that I'm having struggles with too. So I'm thinking I got like, I don't know, over half a gallon of it. I'm alright as long as it doesn't touch me. So, but I think I also have some jar molds that I've been wanting to do. And I have some ideas for them now. So I'm thinking I'm going to take the rest of that resin. I know I have to do it. Most of my jars aren't more than a 1/2 inch thick. So I think it'll be alright. And I have some smaller molds too. So if it doesn't work, I'll try one jar. If it doesn't work, then I'll go back to the other and just do it in the small molds. But okay, here we go. I'm going to be a little more neat with the way that I do this in the center. Because, yeah, it was not very neat the last time. I didn't like it. Okay, now we're going to go the other way. So that's one of the things that I like about this, because tie-dye is not even. Okay, it's not even lines. The lengths of your lines are not even. I've actually done tie-dye on fabric. So don't try to make them even. Don't even worry about it. Just take the paint and flick it on there. Just doesn't matter. Don't worry about so much the direction, how wide your line is, how long your line is. Just get the paint on there. Oh gosh, yeah, that's not good. And the more you react to it, the more frequently you're exposed to it and have a reaction, the worse your reactions are going to get, right? So yeah, that's just dangerous. And that's why I say I think I'm going to pour it into some of these bigger molds that I've been wanting to do and just get it going. And we'll try this other resin and see how it works. And I'm just going to have to keep going until I find one that works for me, because it's, you know, I've had other people tell me that they did great with artistry and they couldn't use KS, they couldn't use NOLA's. That's the one. NOLA is the one that showed me that mask. But I also need to find a better price point, because I can't. I don't want to spend that kind of money on resin art, because I go through too much of it. If I can find a good quality that gives me a good quality product, that's what I'm looking for. So I'll keep trying them until I find one. Hey, we're almost there, guys. And this looks bad in the beginning, so I'm just going to say that too. It looks bad. It just does. So don't worry about it. It's supposed to. And the more you go over it and the more colors you get in it, the better it's going to look. I'm not sure I'm happy with this, and the reason I'm not happy with it is because I really am not sure how much my colors are going to mix. So I will come and go off the other sides of this and marry them all together. I'm just not there yet. So. Okay, we have the pink on there. And I'm going to have to move it because I don't feel like I made my lines long enough, right? Because I want to meet here. But it's okay because I'll just come in with the blue and I'll come off the other side and we'll match in the middle. So my pink is going to be my longest line. It's just going to give it a different look. It's fine. Okay. Back to watching paint dry. So, we're back to shattered glass. How's that? I have not tried the Pro Marine or the CC DIY. I've done the Amazing Clear House. Like I said, it has a pretty strong odor, so I do wear my mask. I have a filtration system now, so I'm not as concerned with smell as I am with quality and price point. Right? They are all unique. I want to do a snake. I've seen people do I want to try to do letters. I've seen like a snake one, and I really like that. And I might try that around one day too, because I think that's really cool. They are all unique. So are these, and those are the techniques that I want to try. You know, I mean, yes, you're not going to get exact, but there's also some techniques that there's only so many ways you can do it and so many color combinations you can do it in. And you really do get pretty much the same effect. And I can't. I can't. They're pretty. Love them. Love watching other people do them. It's not me. Right? And that's why we have people that do those things. We don't have to like doing all the same things. Like I say, I like watching them all, so. I don't want to do the same thing every day. I might have cut that too long. Nope. Good deal. I think the biggest challenge is going to be remembering to stop for a minute and push all these tape lines down. Stop. Sorry, fighting with the tape again. It's good. It's all good. Oh, yay. This phone's working. It's actually charging faster than it's using the battery, so maybe it won't die on us today. Does anybody know? So on anybody that goes live, do you know how to turn off the invite so-and-so to go live with you? Do you know how to shut those off so they're not on my screen all the time? I can see like one message at a time on my other screen. Hello, Crazy Hazy Chris. How are you? We're doing a shattered glass. And because I can't do one thing at a time, hang on before you go anywhere. I want to show you my flower that was inspired by Miss Jamie. But here's the beginnings of my tie-dye that we're working on also. But we're watching paint dry, so we're working on this. Hang on, Chris. I want to show it to you. Oh, brr, it's cold in the rest of my basement, guys. What I don't have is a good heater down here. So here it is. This is what was inspired by Miss Jamie. I did it with paint, not ink, but that is my flower cup. What do you think? Good morning, Beth. How are you? It was so much fun. So I got a set of 48 acrylic paints in the tube because I'm hooked on flowers. Thank you. So that was, I started that on my birthday, and a very sweet lady bought it. I didn't even have all the flowers on it yet, and she like bought it. Made me sign it, date it, because she thought it was pretty special, so I'm not sure how far to go. I'm thinking I want to keep going though, because I don't want mica swatches that big. They are hot right now, but they're so much fun. That's the biggest part. I can do all the things. I liked what you were doing yesterday. Did you figure out a way to fix the one that ran on you? Because I love that cup. Please don't paint over that cup. I would be sad. I love the glitter centers too. That was cool. Hey guys, if you don't watch Chris Crazy Hazy, go watch him. Go follow him. He's amazing. I love watching him. His lives are so much fun. There's a lot of great people in there. Added on tons of glitter. I'll have to come. Are you going to go live today? I'll have to come look at it. So yesterday after you were talking about the flowers and stuff, I went and watched, oh, I'm awful with names. I'm so awful with names. It wasn't Brenda. What was the other one you told me? Because that was it. Half your moderators were in there anyway. I had a blast. They were so much fun. So thank you for that. It was a great recommendation. I had a blast. Awesome. On the flower tumbler, yes, it's acrylic paint. I've never painted anything in my life like this. This one was the very first one that I hand painted. And it was super easy. I had to do my sugar skull. I've been wanting to do fabric. I've done a little bit of fabric, but I've been wanting to do the zipper tumbler and, yeah, the tie-dye. So I just, it was a learning cup. All in one. Kim. Yep, it was Kim. We had so much fun. So much fun. Oilfield's wife was in there. She went live with Kim. That was super fun. Yeah, it was a blast. It was a blast. I didn't get my nap taken, which is not good because I was up most of the night. Not last night, but the night before. So, yeah, because I got hooked and couldn't go to sleep because I was watching. That was great. So, thanks. It was awesome. So, yeah, I want to do lots more flowers. Different kinds. But I'm thinking I want to try what you were doing because I've seen flowers kind of like that in the ocean. So I'd like to, I probably won't paint the sea creatures, but I'll probably paint the flowers and stuff and then find me some decals for the creatures because, yeah, we do fun things. I'm excited that we're getting the shattered glass done because I've been wanting to try that I've had the tape for I don't know, 4 or 5 days now. I want to learn how to do the hazy. Really bad. Yeah, Melissa is great. If it's the one I'm thinking of. I watch a couple of Melissas and they're both great, so I guess it's good in either case. Yeah, Kim was awesome. She was a lot of fun. She made some neat cups. She made us all help. So that was kind of cool. She did a whisper yesterday. It's beautiful. You should go ask her to see it. It's all white, black, and silver. She used white, black, and silver inks. She makes some of her own inks, and that black, the way that it spread was amazing. Amazing. You could make fossil-looking tumblers with that ink, the way she made it, because of the way it spread. Super cool. Loved it. But yeah, she did a great job. It's pretty. I want to see what it looks like today. Welcome, welcome everyone. I appreciate you stopping by, hanging out. Tell us where you're from. Say hi so we can say hi to you. You don't really have to chit chat. I just like to say hi to people because that's the way my mama taught me. So I feel like I'm being rude when I can't say hi to somebody and they stop in. Indianapolis, nice. Hello, hello. Welcome. I'm sorry if I don't say your name. My son lives in Oregon. He lives in West Lynn. Yeah, I can't see the names. They're so grayed out and faded, I can't see them. I can see your comments. Sometimes. Tracy, hi, welcome. I lived in Escondido and worked in San Diego for about 16 months on a government contract. It was awesome. Hello, Beth from Oklahoma. I don't know anybody from there. Sorry. Thank you for saying hi, though. I appreciate that so much. Mississippi. More from... Sorry, I missed you. Hello. I've been through Mississippi on my way to Kentucky. I went with my mom one time to a dog show in Kentucky. I want to go back and see all the states I had to drive through. Because she was like a mad woman. We didn't have a lot of time. She only had a little bit of time for a vacation. And so we drove straight through. We saw nothing. We did the dog show and drove straight through back. It was crazy. Oh, hello, hello. Thank you for saying hi. I appreciate that. I know a lot of times people just like to lurk, and there's nothing wrong with that. I do too sometimes. People I watch a lot, I won't always say hi to when they come in. Because sometimes they're just trying to lurk and watch too, and they don't get to. But if they say hi, I feel like it's fair game. Okay. What do you think? It's kind of fun. I like it. Oh, I'm missing messages. Darn. Casey, is that Kentucky? I'm not good with that. Missouri, Miss Candace. Grandma Grandpa, welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you. What do you think? There's our shattered glass. For all of you that are just joining, looking good. So if you're interested in anything that I'm doing or making, or I will do custom tumblers. All my info is in my bio. My website's on vacation right now, so if we're friends on here, you can message me on here, or you can follow the link to my Instagram and message me there. I feel like it's easier to message over there. And I would be happy to help you make something beautiful. So I can keep affording to buy all of these new things, so we can trying new things. That's what it's all about. Oh, okay. Cool. Thanks. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anyway, so I ordered the other tape that Wendy just got from Miss Lou's Designs that she's going to use in Tumbler Palooza. And and I went to look for it. Right? You guys should. You guys that are close, you should get together. Then you can show us pictures and all the fun that you had. That'd be awesome. I wish I was closer. There's so many. I'm finding more on the West Coast, though, so that's cool. That's doable. The East Coast will be doable at some point in time, maybe, but it's not doable right now. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, the tape. So when I went to look it up, it's tape that they use in the automobile industry to do all the fancy paint jobs, and you can really manipulate it. And so I'm pretty excited about that too, because I think that'll be a lot of fun. But I'm glad that I got this one too. But I am going to have to, I feel like I need to make me a pin that matches this tumbler. I probably would have thought of that eventually, but Mahalo thought of it. Somebody challenged her to do it, and she did a fabulous job. I missed the making of the pin. I just thought, done. Oh, nice. You guys are really close. No, this is not my shattered method. The shattered glass is Wendy from Gypsy Soul Tribe, GST. This is her technique. I like to give my fellow artists recognition for their efforts. If you have not watched her, you need to go watch her. That woman is a true artist. I love watching her. She's one of my favorites. Oh, we'll be making another one. I have a new tape coming, so we're going to do another one. So, follow me. Set your little bell so you get notifications and all the things, because we're going to do it again. And if you go live, we could even, get in touch with me, and we could even set up a dual live. We could set up a Zoom and do it together. I'm open. Yeah, Wendy is on her own level. And, she is so popular, and it's awesome for her. And she has awesome moderators, but those comments go so fast. Sometimes I can get my questions answered, but most of the time, you just can't. There's just too many people. So, here you can ask questions. Might take me a minute to answer you, but You know what? If I don't have the answer, we'll figure it out together. I'll go research it and find the answer and come back and tell you what I found. You guys are going to have fun. That's awesome. Do it, do it, do it. That's one of my biggest struggles here, is finding people that do what I do. There isn't any. God love my family and friends. I love them to death. But yeah, we don't. We have a lot of other interests, but crafting world is not one of them. My sister crochets, and she can crochet like nobody's money. Way faster than I can by far. But that's it. She does diamond paints. She does a pretty good job with that. She used to do paint by number. She was pretty good at those. I don't have the patience for that. But yeah, that's it. We don't have the same crafting. I don't know when to stop, guys. I feel like I can keep going forever. When do you stop? Right? You know, and that's fun. That's funny, Deb, because so my daughter-in-law, she's really getting into a lot of different crafts, and she likes it. She got a Cricut for Christmas, and so she's been making cards and pictures and stuff for the kids' walls, and she's labeled different things, and so she's really starting. It isn't that she doesn't want to or doesn't try, but anyway, I digress. She tells me I'm a hippie all the time. Just an old hippie, and so does so my sister by choice, I guess we call her. She tells me that too. I am pretty sure I'm a hippie. I was born in the 60s, so you know, I think it just stuck. I was only 4 when I hit the 70s, but you know, the 60s stuck. Right? My mom did. I mean, like I said, I was surrounded by it, but not. My mom tried a lot of things that I did when I was doing beadwork and teaching beadwork. My mom really got into beadwork, and she did a beautiful job. My mom would try almost anything too. But there was nothing my mom couldn't do. She was way more talented than me. She could draw. I'm pretty excited about the painting. I've tried it when I was younger, and I wasn't really happy with my results, but I was young and impatient too, and I felt like, you know, I don't know, I wanted perfection right out of the gate, I guess. So I shouldn't say I can't do it, because I did the flowers, so there's hope that I can do other things that I want to do. I want to paint turtles and dolphins and all the things, all the sea creatures. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I'm right there with you, Candace. Most of my family and friends don't do near the stuff that I do. I'm a diverse crafter. I knit, crochet, spin fiber. I've actually taken the fleece from straight off the animal to finished yarn to finished project. And have all the things to do all of that. I had no idea what I was getting into when I started tumblers. Because, yeah, there's a lot of that too. Oh well, yeah. All the pieces are getting smaller, guys. There it is. I love the chit chat, you guys. It's awesome. It's nice to see the connections. That's what I want. I want us to have a nice little community. We have another one on Carter Creations. So my mods and I are part of that group, and it's a pretty fun place too. We all have a great time. But yeah, I think TikTok is amazing for that, right? Because, well, the internet, period. But I think TikTok more so because there's a lot of people that I have watched on YouTube and Facebook, but I haven't actually built the relationships with them that I have on TikTok. Okay. Oh, I used to quilt. But you know what? I have so many quilts I don't need anymore. I have enough for the rest of my life. There's more I'd like to make, but yeah. I have a few left to do. But the other part is my husband fell down a well several years ago and shattered his leg, so he's got a lot of nerve damage in one foot, and he can't handle the weight of the blankets, even just the cotton, with all the different, pieces, and it's too heavy. So I can't even put him on my bed anymore. So yeah, there's that. My kids will have them someday. My grandkids. Okay. So I feel like, I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it done? Do I need to break them up some more? I could keep going forever, but I don't want to make them too small either. Welcome, welcome. So glad that you joined me. Start tapping that button, peeps. Let's get those likes up there so we can get found. So we can find more people to come join us and have fun. We gotta make the TikTok algorithm happy. Not that I don't appreciate the 1,300 that are already there. I appreciate those too. Thanks. I do appreciate it. You guys are the best. Okay, so what do you think? More? Looks good. Should we stop? So I think we're going to do mica powders. Pretty sure. I'm not sure how to do them. Because I don't think I can paint them on there fast enough in different colors in epoxy and get it off. So I'm not sure how to do that. I'm not sure how well they'll look on here, but we'll try it. I might have to go spray paint it white and then do the mica powders, or spray paint it black. Awesome. Anxious to see the next step. Oh, there you go. My brain was not functioning. I do have tack-it. I can do that. I've always used it with glitter, so I never really thought about using it with. You're so smart. Thank you. Yes, we could totally do it with tack-it. Have that. I want to try Mr. Tacky Pants, though. I hear it's better than tack-it. I've always used tack-it. I've been using Aleene's products forever. Shoot, I can remember watching him when my son was born, and he's like getting close to 40 peeps. Okay, I want to break up that one. I feel like that one's too big. And I don't know. I'm going to break that one up for sure. And then I don't know. I think we're going to stop and move on to the next step, right? We'll see if we're dry enough to go back and... That's the hard part about doing the stained glass. I have to let it dry. Okay, so we're going to pull this tape back on itself so I don't struggle with the tape next time to find the end. I think I don't think Mod Podge would work with. I mean, it probably would, but it'd use a ton of mica powder, so I don't think I want to do that. But the tacket will totally work because we can just paint sections, and I'll just paint 2 or 3 sections at a time, and then it'll dry, and we can work on the other ones that are, or we can do it wet, because I've seen what's his name, Joe Lear. He works almost exclusively with micas and does stained glass sort of techniques. Yeah, it's cool. Okay, I think we're done. For our first go, I think we're done. I think with the mica powders, it'll look a lot like stained glass, which is cool too, because I love that. But I use Mod Podge for a lot of things. I think it gets a bad rap. People don't like using it, and I don't understand. Because I don't mind it. Okay. In fact, pretty sure this is Mod Podge. No. I mean, tacket. I have another one in here, but I'm pretty sure this is tacket. So these little bottles are awesome. I like them. I think these are too big though. So we're going to break out the big bottle. I might just paint the whole... I don't want to paint the whole thing. I don't. I need to go get my other roller if it's not there. I don't see it. I don't see it. Welcome everyone. I appreciate you being here. Do ya? Yeah, I want to try it. Tackets, I have to order it anyway, so. And tackets, I think the price points are about the same. And I really like Mr. Fancy Pants as a company. I just do. I know a lot of people are upset because they're trying to get all of Nikki's secret sauce and it's never in stock, but they were very limited on space. They're in a new space now, and they're trying to make it better. So I like to support businesses like that too. And I love her. I love her secret sauce. I got 5 this time. I normally forget, so I was pretty excited. I usually end up getting 1 or 2 at a time, and then I'm paying a lot of shipping. So there's that. Okay, paintbrush. Let's see. I need a brush I don't care about, because I don't care how hard I try. I can't get tacket out of it. Completely, anyway. I think this is the one I used the glue on the last time. Yeah. I think it is. Okay, so we're just gonna I'm gonna start with the bottom. How's that? Ooh, that's what I gotta do. Wait. Backing up the bus. I got 1 more. I need to break up. Right here. Maybe here. There we go. There we go. Okay. So I think we'll start with the bottom of the tumbler and go from there. And I might not use a paintbrush at all, because I don't feel like I can get it off. I don't know how to keep my brush wet to keep doing it in sections, I guess, without having to wash it over and over and over again. So somewhere I have finger cuts in this lovely crowded room of mine. I don't know. If I'd have thought about that earlier, I'd have found them. So I guess I'll just use a glove and I'll just wipe off the glove. I guess is what I'll do. Hopefully we won't get any contamination, but if we do, we do. I think that's what we'll do. I got it off of Amazon. It's 1/8 inch masking tape. And so it just comes on a roll. Let me look on the other package. I don't think... Tape case is what it says. Masking tape. It's 0.125 inches. I had intended to get the... I think I misread it. I was kind of tired. I thought this was the 1/4 inch and it's not. It's 1/8 inch. But I'm happy with that. I am happy with that. Okay, so we have glow-in-the-dark pigment powders. I feel like we could use those. These are all bright colors, and they all glow. So we can do those. Or I have a whole set of, I don't know, 40 some odd colors of mica powders that we can try. I have some from Glitter and Grand. I have a set that I bought off of Amazon. What do you think? Do you want the bright neon colors, or do you want just regular old mica powders? While you figure that out, I'm going to get this on here so we can get it dry. So I'm just going to pretend like it might be difficult to do on the bottom of the cup, but I feel like I can get it pretty smooth the rest of the way. And I'm going to have to do 2 coats to get this mica powder to stick. No problem. Okay, neons it is. It's the first answer I saw, so you win. Am I going to have to do more than 1 coat before I start, Candace? You done this before? Has anybody done it with mica powders before? We want good coverage, right? Because we have dark colors underneath. So I'm just going to do each section that's attached to the bottom first, and we'll branch out from there. At least with tack-it, I feel like I can leave my tape down safely and not worry about it too much. Okay. Okay. 2 coats it is. And then we're gonna, I am gonna use a paintbrush to paint on the micas so I can control where it goes. But I definitely don't want my entire cup sticky at the same time. I feel like. You can dry this with a blow dryer though, right? I think I've seen people do that. I've just used it to glue things on, not really do like the ombres and stuff. I've never used this to do that. I feel like there's better techniques. I don't just like Mod Podge, so there's that piece. A lot of people do. You're going to see lines, and I'm okay with that. This particular and this particular technique, I don't care. Thank you, thank you. Right, yeah, and that's, I don't want to do that. So we're definitely going to have to do it in sections, but I do have a blow dryer, so we can speed up the process. I feel like just got to get this last section. It's actually drying pretty fast. I have a really hard time seeing y'all. Okay, we got that one. It's dry already. That one. Cool. So we can go back to the first one I started on and go from there. I don't like these tips. They get clogged, so. I just do my bottle. I feel like this will work great. Might be hard to get that one dry. It's hard to get it out of the little lines in the bottom of the cup. Because if I push down too hard, I take it off everything else, and we don't want that. Okay, down. Yeah, it's sticky. Thank you. Yeah, and I think with the neons on top of it, we should be able to see that undercoat pretty well. The paint, bottom paint pretty well. Because there's going to be a bit of a contrast, and I feel like that's important. I know Wendy does some that aren't contrasting at all. They're kind of in the same color family and just different shades. That's a nice effect too. But I don't feel like that's what we're going for in this case. My bubble finally popped, so it's not as easy to get the glue out. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. For that spot. Yeah, that's a good idea. I need Q-tips down here because that would be perfect right now too. So, another thing I know I need. Because it would be handy right now. And I wouldn't have to clean it. So there's that piece. But anyway, I know a lot of times when you're doing glitter and stuff, you want to be super careful because you don't want to get you don't want to leave a lot of marks because you're going to see it with your glitter, right? So you don't want that. But I feel like with this, I don't care. It will give you a character for sure. So we got to come up with let's see how many pigments are in here. 12. That's a lot of colors to work with. That'll be fun. Or we can just pick a few. Whatever you want. What do you think? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the likes, you guys. You're awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get it out there so we can get as many people in here as possible, right? The more people we have, the more we can learn. And that's what it's all about. Not that I don't like sales and I don't need sales. I need sales to stay here, but that is not the meet all big break all of my channel. Okay. Here we go. Gotta love baby wipes. We'll see how they do with tacky. Might not work at all, but I feel like it might. Okay. Oh yeah, there we go. A little bit of alcohol. Took it right off. However, it's coming off in clumps, so that's not okay. I don't like to waste gloves, but I have a ton of them, so we're just gonna do what we gotta do. Okay. I had some little brushes. By the time I find one, it's gonna be dry. Okay, here we go. Sorry, it's loud. Let's get this baby dry. Whoa. Okay. One of the other things that I want to try, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but one of the other things that I want to try is the crackle with the Elmer's glue. So we may do that one day. Oh yeah, that's super sticky. Super sticky. Okay, so I need me a nice brush. A nice brush. I think we're gonna try this one. Because the bristles are fairly stiff. And so I'm very short. So it should work pretty good. And we're starting with orange red, I guess, because that's what I pulled out of the package. For no other reason, that's it. That's the one I pulled out. Well, had I thought ahead, I'm not overly good at thinking ahead, guys. Good morning, good morning. Yes. It's not ink. It is acrylic paint. No epoxy. Good morning, good morning. I am not a really big one for doing very many things with epoxy. I seal it with epoxy, but I think it's a pretty expensive glue. Just gonna say that. My opinion and my opinion only. To each their own. Oh, there we go. It's like tape, guys, and there's no beginning or no end, but I don't want to get it all over me, so. Ew, very pretty orange. Nope. What do you think? There we go. Very pretty orange. Here we go. We're going to do this nice long line. Just because it's super sticky and I want to get it covered up. I'm not sure this is going to work, but oh yeah. It's been a while since I watched him. Joe Lear, that is. I don't know, guys. What do you think? This is pigment powder, glow-in-the-dark pigment powder. It's not very dark. I don't know what it's going to do once I seal it. It's not great coverage. So I feel like a lot of these colors might be out of the question. But we'll see. The worst thing that can happen is I have to come back with acrylic paint and do it again with glitter or something if it doesn't look good. This might not be the best choice of paintbrushes. A bigger one might be more effective. Quicker at least, right? Right? It is. It is. Well, and sometimes I'll just start something and I think, oh, this is not going to work. And then it's like, okay. I just tell myself the same thing. Trust the process and run with it because you can fix it. No matter what happens, it can be fixed and it's not the end of the world. Just a tumbler. Besides, there's always happy accidents. I've had a few of those. Okay, so there's two different things. The technique is the Shattered Glass. It's Wendy by Gypsy Soul Tribe, GST. Shattered Glass is the actual name of the technique. Joe Lehr, Lehr. You can find him here. You can find him on Facebook. He does, he hand paints with mica powders all the time, and they are stunningly, stunningly beautiful. But I feel like these might need a second coat, and I don't know how to do that. Because I don't know if I can do that with Tack-It. Can I? Can I put Tack-It over the top of it again and do it again? I've seen a lot of people that do glitter, and they don't do a second coat of Tack-It. They use Mod Podge, and do it again with that. So, I don't know. Because I've seen Wendy Jones do this with glitter. And I've seen her do like it with a peekaboo with paint. I do believe. I've never seen her do it like this. Right? Well, I've used Tack-It one time to try to apply glitter, and I've never used it again. The way most people feel about Mod Podge is about the way I feel about Tack It. It was not my friend. It didn't work at all. I see all these people and they do it beautifully and it looks great. It didn't work for me. I did the 2 coats. I did all the things that I saw them do, and it didn't work. And like I say, I'm not getting great coverage now either. But I am going to have to go back and watch Joe because I am not real positive how he applies. If it's Tack It or what it is. But there's our first line. And it goes all the way across the bottom. But as you can see, it isn't covering great. But like I say, I don't know what's going to happen to the micas, right? Because when you put micas in something, they change a little bit. You can do it. Okay. Okay. I will do that. Am I going to have to do, I'm probably going to have to do 2 coats again because this is powder. I've just never tried it. I've not used it that much to really know. Okay, so now I need a bigger paintbrush because I ain't doing that big space with that tiny brush. So I gotta get my paintbrushes I knocked down earlier. I do have a brand new package of them in all the different sizes. These bristles aren't very stiff, but we're gonna try it anyhow. Maybe one of these is better. Sorry, guys, I get distracted by all the shinies, so there's that. Oh, I have a little bigger one. It's really stiff bristled. That one's not much bigger. I don't have many of those, guys. I have a few. These don't work good for anything else. They're just cheap little brushes. Right, I'm trying to do that, Candace. Just trust the process. Okay. The next color I found was green, so that's what we're going with. At least this one's open. So there's that. Yeah. Alright, I'm trying to be in frame, guys. I stink at it, though. So there's that. Yeah, you can definitely see. Oh, I can't lay it down. It's sticky on that side. Ding-a-ling. Don't do that. Sorry, guys. I was just checking to see if my husband works on for the highway department. He works on keeping our roads clear and safe and all of those things. So I never shut my phone off when he's at work. Things happen. I feel like with the green one, I don't really care if it has the best coverage. It's a different color. You know, I kind of think Joe uses double-sided tape. And I feel like that would work a lot better for mica powders than what this does. I'm really not impressed with the coverage at all. And this is not one of those techniques that you want to have to do twice, because I don't want to leave this tape on here until this tacket, which will eventually dry out. And especially adding a powder to it. I don't know. I don't know, peeps. I don't know. We're going to go with it. We'll see what we end up with. And then I'll decide if I'll do it again this way. I got my green in my orange. Okay, so we did green, we did orange. I'm going to have mica powder everywhere. Okay, so I'm going to keep those out so I know I've used them. So we have pink. This looks pretty pink to me too. It says purple red. I don't know. Looks pink to me. Okay. Maybe we'll go with the purple red because we're going to be going over the top of a big streak of purple here. I didn't do that one, right? Nope. Got 1, 2, 3. The bottom's nice and dry now. So that's awesome. Okay. Let me go back. I'm using glow powders, yes. Yes, I'm sorry. Not micas. So powders are man-made. Micas are mined. Right? So, might be. Yeah, you might be correct. Okay. The black ghost pigments. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I am not using mica. Thank you for the correction, because, yeah, I don't want to confuse people. These are powders, so they are man-made. Mica does not glow. It's pretty pink. It's pretty pigmented. Might work. Okay. Is it on your page? No. If you're talking to me, this is the first time I've ever done these. So no, I don't have it on my page. Okay, you were talking to Candace. Never mind. I would like to be tagged as well, if you don't mind. When you tag Candace. But yes, she's correct, and that might be part of the issue. I don't know how well the micas would do. But maybe we should try a few of the micas on here as well. Right? We can still do all the bright colors. I think I have some pretty bright ones. Let's take a look at what I got. I do. They don't all have to be that. So I'm going to try it. I have this nice firecracker red. So before I do this, maybe I'll do this other one actually. I like it better. It's more of an orange-ish. Flustered. It's a nice bright orange. Let's try it. See if it makes a difference. I know we already have an orange up there, but feel like it's fine. It's a different color orange. So this is actually a mica powder. So let's see how we get, what kind of coverage we get with mica. Definitely better. So this is the mica. This is the pigment powder. I definitely can't see the purple underneath it near as much as what I can with this. So yes, you are correct. The pigment powders work better. So we will intersperse. We'll put some glow powders in there, and we're going to do some mica powders too. And maybe I won't have to do the whole thing twice, just where the pigment powders are. Sorry, out of frame. Problem is, this is not a... Problem is, we're going to have a better setup pretty soon. So we have a solution for the problem. That I don't have a great setup to get good angles. I'm kind of sitting at an angle, and that's difficult for me. Way better coverage with mica. But it only stands to reason, right? They use mica powders in eyeshadow and a lot of those things. And it's pretty easy to get good coverage, right? Amazing. I mean, I can still see the underneath, but not near. On top of, I can go over the mica a second time with the mica and get more coverage. So I like that. That's awesome. I'll show you here in just a second. Boy, he isn't kidding. This mica powder will go forever. If all you're doing with paint is painting with it, right? It doesn't take much. It spreads beautifully. I feel like I would like a softer brush with the mica. It'd probably get better coverage even more so. This is not a soft bristled brush. Okay. Yes, the mica powders work beautifully this way. Yep. Oh, that's a good idea. You totally could. And maybe that's what we'll try. So maybe we'll take a little bit of the glow powder and we can mix it in with the mica and see what happens. So I'm going to take this other, over here where I already did this, I can paint over the top of the mica and I got even more coverage. So what I'm going to try to do, I have another orange, kind of poppy, it's kind of bright and pretty. I'm going to try going over the top of this mica, or the glow powder, with the mica and see what happens. See if it, I'm going to try it on the bottom of the cup because it's a total fail. I'm just trying to save the time to, if I have to do it again, I'll do it again, but If I can avoid it, I will also avoid it, because doing a second coat is boring to me. But I'll do it to get the effect. So there's that. Yeah, I don't know if it really worked. I got more sparkle in there, but it might be okay. But that totally worked. You can't see that line very much at all. I can see a bit of a difference, but not a lot. So, the mica powders are the winner. So I have a blue-green mica powder that wouldn't change the colors of the micas very much. There's a sky blue. Again, I don't think it would change the color of the mica very much. And I have a yellow-green. So I feel like we could use these and mix them into a little bit of the mica powders and get us, we'd still get our glow, but we wouldn't have to add the glow powder on there. I think that's a great idea. Yep. Welcome, welcome everyone. Yes, I will seal them before epoxy. Correct. They are about the same consistency, but they don't apply the same. Not at all. So this and this are the pigments, and this is mica powder. And look at the difference in coverage. OEB Mom Designs. That was great. Thank you so much. You are correct. Totally correct. So, those 2 squares that I did with just straight glow, we'll go back and do those again. But we're gonna find some little containers. I'm sure I have some somewhere. And we're gonna mix a little bit. I might just be able to do it on paper, but I do have lots and lots of glow, or lots and lots of mica, so. I'm searching. I don't know if I do have them. I might have used them for glitter. But I feel like I just bought a whole bunch of them. For something. So here's the rest of the little things of mica powders that I got in a set. So, I mean, there's a ton of colors there, and there's a lot of bright ones. So I feel like that's doable. Oh, sorry guys, bear with me. I'm working on it. This is what happens when I change direction in the middle of doing something. But I love it. Here we go. They're a little big for our. They're a little big, but they'll work. I'm not gonna put a ton in there. But I also have lids so I can save them, so I can do at least till I'm done with this project, right? And we have little tiny spoons. I love these. They're awesome. They came with a set of something that I got from my daughter. So it had all these little tiny mica powders in it. In fact, I could use most of these and put glitter or the glow powder in it, and I wouldn't even care. So we have gold and bronze and red and yeah, silver, green, white, purple. Couple different colors of green. But yeah, we could totally do this. And I wouldn't care because there's not very much of them to begin with. Besides, it'll be one of those happy accidents later when I put it on something and it's like, oh, that glows. That's cool. Right? And I don't feel like they all have to glow anyway, right? That's right. That's true. Yes, that is what I was looking for. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. They are more transparent than others. But the darkest one I have is that red pink in there, and it didn't cover very well, so. Okay, so here we go. I don't feel like we need a green right this minute, actually. What do we need? We need... Let's try a yellow and see how well it'll cover. I'm not even sure if that might be a tall order even for mica powder. Okay. Keep them straight, keep them straight. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back. Yes, thank you. That is exactly the wording I was looking for. Thank you all for joining. Thank you for the likes. I love it. Keep tapping that button, peeps. Let's get us out there so we can find more crafters to come in and have fun with us. They use tape, y'all, which is great. It's sealed good. It's not great when you're trying to get it off. But I don't want to cut it because I don't want it all over me. I think I got it. I did. We have success. Okay. Ouch. That was a long way to reach. Okay. So this is a nice bright yellow. So we'll mix some of this glow powder in there. And I don't know how strong the effectiveness is of this glow powder. Okay, putting them both together. The glow powder feels more gritty. So look, it's got more grit to it. Okay. Let's try it. I gotta fix this brush shell because there's little bristles sticking up there. I don't like that. Perfect. So we gave it a haircut. It works. I might even try this other brush again. What do they do with it? Sorry if y'all can't hear me. I tend to mumble sometimes. There we go. This one. It's small, but I do really like it. Okay. Last section. Then we gotta clean the mica powders off and then pigment powders. And do some more glue. The pigments are awesome. Or I mean the mica is awesome. So it kind of fills the glue, and once it fills the glue, then you can just brush it to the next section and cover it. So you run out of mica. Kind of cool. Kind of cool, kind of cool. know I'm pretty. Hey, I'm pretty in frame. Which is awesome. Hey, yell at me about my posture, would you? I got them on Amazon. I'll close the lid here in just a second and show you the box. So I, Glitzy Girls Designs, Denise and Morgan. We're using them on there. She was using them in a tumbler, and the glow was amazing. I can't really show you the glow too good because I don't have a good light. Oh, that's not a good position. As I tell you to yell at me about my posture, I just made it worse. Oh, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. You are awesome. Okay. Okay, I feel like yellow is going to be one of the worst ones to get coverage, and look at that. It's actually not too bad. You can see the line, but I'm not sure you will once it's sealed. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And I think the other thing that we could do is we could take a really fine opal glitter and put it in the epoxy and go over the top of it with it. And that's also going to help some of that. So I'm not sure if we'll have to do two or not. Oh, I have one more section that is glued. Then I think we'll go down one side and the next. Okay, so let me close this up. So the brand of these is HXDZFX. 12 color glow-in-the-dark pigments. I know it's backwards, but I can't find the camera when I flip it around. So tell me if you need me to say that again, and I totally will. But I got it off of Amazon. It came with this tiny little light. We'll see. I'll shut the light off and I'll see if I can make it do it for you. It's gonna get really dark in here. Oh no, I'm scared. Just kidding. Just kidding. Oh, look at it already. Look at these paints, y'all. Look at that. That's the paint on our tie-dye. So that's cool. And look at that. I didn't even charge it. So here we go. If I can find the button. Two seconds with a teeny tiny little light. Look at that glow. That's amazing to me. Amazing. So, there you go. There's another one for price point, peeps. Okay, let me see if I can get my light back on before I kill myself here. Walking through here in the dark. Pretty amazing glow. On the paint too, so I'm pretty impressed with that. That was exciting. So, I'm pretty excited. Ew. Adjust, lights adjust, or eyes adjust. So yeah, we're going to take these little tiny ones and we're going to fill them with, we're going to put it in there. I should have shined it on that one. I didn't do that. Okay, we're going to do a blue. How's that sound? Right? It's great glow and it's a great price point. I know there's a lot of companies out there that are doing them, and Mr. Fancy Pants has some nice ones too. But I was really impressed for as cheap as, for the price point. The glow is beautiful. And let me show you. So this is the little teeny tiny flashlight that I used to get that glow. That they sent to me with the powder. So, I just got a brand new fingernail light. I That's UV too, right? So I can use that to get a good glow now. So I lied. I have a good one now. I just got it. I haven't even taken it out of the box. Okay, we're going to put some of this blue-green. Glow in the dark powder in our mica. And then I'm going to find me a stick, because using the spoon to stir it was not very effective. It was messy. Let's put it that way. It changes the color of the mica slightly, but not enough that I'm worried about it. I'm not sure how much to put in here, but we might just get speckles of glow in the dark. It's fine, I feel like. Okay. I do like the stiffer bristled brush, that's for sure. I do. I'm not a neat crafter, peeps. Okay, that one might be... Whoa. Look what I did! Not okay. Let's try it with this one. My bristles were not clamped down. They disappeared as soon as I pushed on the brush. So they just sunk up inside. Craziness. It's a good thing I don't have glue all the way down this tumbler, because it would be all the way down this tumbler. We're going to have to wipe it off a little. How's everybody doing? Yeah, great. Yeah, I'm excited about that. I really wanted to be able to do some UV stuff on pens especially, and that's the third light I've bought now. So, because the other two were not strong enough. The first one I bought was just one that came with the UV resin that I got. It was a kit off of Amazon, and I think it was like 25 watts. It works, but it takes about an hour. If you want to sit there and keep pushing that button for an hour to get one thing cured. Most of us don't want to do that. So the second one I bought was on a stand, and which was cool because I could use it to do tumblers or whatever, because I can get it to, it's like 9 inches off the table. So I thought, well, that's cool. It was 45 watts maybe. I don't remember. But again, to do my pens, which had a very thin coat on it, it still took like a half an hour. So I'm like, okay, this doesn't work. This one is 168 watts. So I'm thinking I should be able to get this fast cure like I see everybody else getting. Because I don't know about UV resin, but resin, it really depends on your climate. Your climate can affect it a great deal. So I don't know if UV resin is the same. I've not worked with it much. I've not really even researched that much. But we are going to do some pens, peeps, because I just don't like using regular resin on pens. I don't know why. Weird. Okay. There is blue. You know what this reminds me of? This color right here? Not necessarily the design, but the colors. Okay, this is really going to date me. Does anybody remember the Partridge Family? That's what it just reminded me of. I don't know why. Just did. Right. I'm excited about my light. I'm so excited. Because I'd like to use it for many things like this, and I'm getting it all over me. I need a drink here, guys. Holy Anna. I had no idea we'd been on here that long. No, it's fine. I don't care. My battery's full. We got lots to do. Y'all can go on about your day and come back and visit in a while and see what else is going on, or you can hang out and keep right on going with me. Okay, I feel like we're just going to use these because I don't care if I mix the colors, so I don't have anything else to mix them in. So this is our palette. Because that's what I've got. I am going to take this darker mica before I put anything in it. This is kind of a teal color. I'm going to try to go over the top of the, I can't tip it too much. I'm going to go over the top of this green mica powder, pigment powder with mica, and see if I can get more coverage. Because when I touched it a second ago, it was a bit tacky. Not super tacky, but we're going to give it a shot. I probably shouldn't be having it that close to my face, I feel like. Mica is a mineral after all. My machine does a good job, but not when I'm breathing it right next to my face. Ah, you're out of frame. My husband's gonna let me steal his shelves out of his garage. Right now they're in storage, but they're from his garage. He is the sweetest guy, you guys. I am so spoiled. So spoiled. Rotten. I'm sweet though. I don't act like a spoiled brat, I don't think. I try not to, but I am pretty spoiled. But, you know, I think the guy kind of likes me just a little bit. He chased me for 40 years before he caught me. So, you know, you can't get much more hardcore dedication than that. It's a long story, but he won. He was my first love, and he will be my last. Okay, I feel like we're going to still get pretty good glow off of that. Because you can still see but I'm satisfied with the coverage. Because like I say, I am definitely going to put some sparkle in this because I don't do much of anything without sparkle. But, so, we got to find an orange that's close to that. Ugh! Okay, we have a little less of that. And I'm wearing a lot of it. Gotta love it. Look, klutz. I can't help it. I can't bite, honestly. Okay. Besides, I fail to care. That's why I wear the clothes down here. I do. I don't wear anything fancy, peeps. Because I don't care what happens to this. Okay, so we're going to take this poppy and go over the top of this orange. And I am going to I'm going to use one of these little medicine cups because I've got a ton of this poppy. And we're going to mix. I'm not going to mix it to begin with, but we will. for other spots on the tumbler. So one of the things that I want to do, peeps, I want to meet some milestones. And when we meet the milestones, because I see a lot of creators do this, and I think it's a really good idea because it helps me and it helps, it's fun. And some people win some free products out of the deal, so it's all good. So one of the things that I did, I buy a lot of my mica powders. I've gotten a lot of them from Glitter and Grand. Their prices are absolutely fabulous, and they don't have very many colors yet, but they're getting there. That looks way brighter on camera than it is. It's kind of a ballerina pink, and that's not what it looks like to you. But I have 5 colors. So we have Pucker, Teardrop, Spearmint. Oh, okay, so maybe the Pucker is a little brighter. This is Ballerina. And there's another green back here that's really pretty. And Pasture. So there's 5 mica powders. Okay. So I need 50,000 likes, 5,000 followers, and 50 shares. That makes it easy, right? They're all 5s, right? Yeah. So when I hit all of those things in one live, I don't need 5,000 brand new followers. I want to get to 5,000 followers on my channel. And we're not far because I'm almost to 4,000. So it's not far. When we hit that, I'm going to give those away, plus some other goodies, but those for sure. The rest might be a surprise. Don't know. We'll see. Blue, blue. Didn't I have another one? I guess I didn't. We're going to put the yellow in here. Anyway, I'm going to give it away. And I might even put a tumbler in there. Custom made tumbler, however you want it. How's that for a prize package? Good morning, good morning. How are you? Did Mahalo go to sleep? That's where I saw you this morning, right? Oh, jeez. I decided I was using a stick for this for a reason. I'm wearing it. It's fine. Okay. So we're going to go over this orange, yeah, because that's still tacky. So we're going to take our mixture of mica powder and pigment powder and paint it on here. See what we get. I got to tell you guys, mica is amazing. Okay, it's slightly, very slightly tacky. Look at the difference already. So, mica's is the way to go. Now we know. But I also love this color. It's really pretty. Anyway, the reason I had all those micas, I got so excited one day, and I was not home, and they had a restock of a ton of colors. And so I went in and ordered a whole bunch of them. And I already had those 5. So, and I feel like the size of these is fabulous for one. But that much mica powder is going to last me a long time. I'm sure. Much better coverage. Much. Okay, sorry. Out of frame again. I need a buzzer, so something. You guys can just ring my dinger and say, hey, peeps, we're over here. Okay. Anyway, my name's Ava, by the way, if I didn't say that or hadn't said it in a while. Because I feel like it's important for you to... I like to learn people's names. Good morning, good morning. I know you were just there, but... For the new peeps that haven't said hello, hello. Hello, hello. Okay. So there's the orange. Did we paint over that green? I feel like we did. Maybe we didn't. Maybe we didn't. Okay. So we have green. We've used blue. We've not used purple. But I don't know if I want to on here. We've not used red. This is almost a rusty type red. I don't know about that. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the likes. I appreciate that. Thank you for the shares. You guys are awesome. What do you think about that red? I have a pink. That's way different than that. Let's try that. Shall we? Oh yeah, we got a pink. Can I have one more? Nope. We're not sticky. We are not sticky anywhere. Okay. Let's see. Huh. Okay, I was going to try to go down one side, but I don't know if that's even possible. But I feel like we are going to paint it on this time. We're going to fill in this little section just because it's already surrounded. So we're going to paint it first. And then I'll probably go down the cup as well because I feel like as long as I keep one side clear, we're good. Okay, now that we've actually decided on what we're doing, it should go a little faster. Sorry if it's slow, you guys. I'm not trying to be slow, it's just the way it works. Okay, we're going to use... I need a smaller one. We're going to use one of these. Because I don't like these bristles either, so I feel like... Man, they're pretty stiff. I got to get in the corners. So we'll use this first. All right, peeps, here we go. Here we go. I just want to get up here in the corner. And over here. And then we can use the bigger brush. Yes, we can. Definitely want to be careful along the edges. So I'm trying to not go over the edge of my paint, or I mean my tape, where the colors are already done and it meets. I'm looking for my cups that I've got my glue in that I don't have. Oh, that was close. That was close. Get it off of there. Make my pants all tacky. I feel like it's fine. I know. Excuse me while I look over the tire underneath my glasses because I can't see through them. How's that? It's time for new ones, and we just changed insurance companies, so I'm waiting for it to kick in. Okay, we stopped on that one. We're going to go here and go straight down. How's that? Oh, jeez. Okay, paper towel. I need a bib, apron, the whole thing. Top to bottom. Okay. I just got a little too close to that line and I didn't want that to happen. Because I did that the last time by accident and I got mica on places I didn't want mica. So, okay, we did that one. We're going to stop right here. That'll give us a pretty good section to work on. I feel like it actually dries pretty well. Maybe my coats are too thin. I don't know. Feels pretty tacky. I'm going to take this off of here so I can actually just set it on top of there and let it dry for a second. Oh, bad idea. There we go. Sorry. Hey, if you can't get a few laughs out of it, I just don't know. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? How are you? How are you doing, Liz? I was going to ask all the things, but I'm not going to. How are you? Good morning. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. Okay. So, that's that for a minute. I got paint under my tape. I want to get all of it done so I can actually pull the tape off. That sounds like the fun part. Oh, geez. Well, I'm glad you got some good rest. That's awesome. Okay. I'm going to wait just a minute because I think I'll be able to paint that again. This stuff dries so darn fast. I don't have a bag to put it in so I can keep it from drying out, I don't think. I only need it for a few minutes. And then I can put it in water, right? Ah. I have the bag from my tape. That'll work as long as we're doing this project. I am putting it on a shattered glass. So I've been wanting to do this for a while. Let me get that the heck out of here before I do that too. I got too much garbage in here, guys. I'm doing too many things at once. I don't like these stands anyway. They're not very stable. Okay, so we're doing a shattered glass. So there's what we have done so far. And I just painted this strip right here with tack it. So we're going to do that. And then the paint on there, I just did like strips of 2 different color shift paints. So I cannot use these stands the same way as I can use my $1 special from the Dollar Tree stands, that's for sure. But I don't know where they all are. They got tumblers on them somewhere. Pretty positive. Okay. I need a drink. I need a drink. Welcome, welcome everyone. The other thing that I was thinking, I also have double-sided tape. And I'm not sure how good this one's going to work. Because, you know, it's a Dollar Tree special. But this is double-sided tape, and it's 1/4 inch, I believe. 0.3 inches. So, I don't know. It's a little thicker. But I was also thinking about using this to do the shattered glass, because we could paint inside, you know, or do whatever we wanted to do on the shattered part of it. And then we could take the strip off the double-sided and do something else on there rather than having it be an underneath thing. So, I don't know. There's a lot of different things I think we could do with shattered glass. That's for sure. We could paint them with acrylic paints. We could glitter each little segment separately. We could, there's just, the possibilities for this are endless. Endless. And this is my glow in the beginnings of, anyway, my glow in the dark tie-dye. So we've gotten a few of the colors on there for that. That's super dry, so we could go back and do some of that for a minute after we get this next coat of tack it on there. So what's the what's the optimal time to leave tack it? Say if I had to stop now, I'm not going to, but if I had to stop now and left that tack it sitting overnight, what's going to happen? Because I've not used it enough to know the answer to that question. Does anybody else know? Liz, did you get to see my flower cup? Look at that. This is my first one. It was so much fun. I'm going to do more. Lots more. I think I want to do a daisy one. It'll be good tomorrow? Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate you guys sharing your knowledge with me, too. Because, like I say, I did a lot of research as far as tumblers and epoxy and all that kind of stuff and how to do certain things, but I also want to do a beach tumbler because I've been wanting to do it for a very long time. So I'm going to practice painting seashells because I don't want to put real seashells on there. I don't want that much dimension. But I bought this sand, real sand, from Hobby Lobby. It's tan, light brown it says. Anyway, sand. So I'm going to put that on my tumbler, and I bought the glitter set for the beach tumbler from Freedom Glitter, but they used gold. I don't know if I want to use that. I think I want to use real sand, but there's their, oh, I guess we don't need 2 whites. But there it is. And I also want to do a tie-dye in glitter. I haven't quite figured it out yet. I think I'm just going to put Mod Podge in the paint and put the glitter on. And I have all the different colors of glitter for doing that. I couldn't decide if I wanted that one or that one, but I'm pretty sure I want this one. I might not use this one. And then I also have yellow. So that's coming. I used the Folk Art Glow in the Dark paints. The other tie-dye, this is the first tie-dye I did. It's my Sugar Skull. I wanted to do a zipper, so I kind of did all the things. But that one, I used acrylic paints on this one and hand painted it as well. But the glow in the dark is just going to take a few more coats, I think. So. And I don't think the color, I don't know, some of the colors are brighter, are just as bright, but I don't know. We'll see how it turns out. It'll be fine. It'll glow in the dark. And it glows really well because it charged under just my regular old fluorescent bulb. So that's exciting. Okay, let's go back to this tumbler and get the next coat on it so we can get some more mica on here. Because now I'm hooked on this. That I might have to do my tie-dye more off camera. Or I can wait and do it on camera if you want me to. Don't care. I'll do whatever you want. It's just as much your channel as it is mine. Without you, I don't have a channel. So I feel like it's our channel. Use my little brush again and get in these little tiny spaces. So I don't get it everywhere. So I'm just painting it on. It definitely, the brush stroke issue isn't really as, I mean, you can see it underneath the mica, but I also think the mica has a shimmer to it. So it's going to just make it reflect differently, I think. That's my, I've used mica quite a lot in things, but not by itself on something like this. But I've been wanting to, because I wanted to do the, okay. Now we need the one that's stuck to the thing. There we go. Yay. Kept it pretty moist, I feel like. Pretty sure this is going to be my permanent tack-it brush. Need to find me a marker and write on it. Yep. Gotta go slow on this one. I don't want to run over into the next one because I didn't do that upper one. Not sure about the color choices, guys. Those are... Sometimes I do alright with colors, but mostly I do alright with my favorite colors. I'm just going to say that. Let's get some of this down here because that's way too much for up there. Hello, hello. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Thank you for sticking around, for the likes, the follows, and the shares, and all the things. So for those of you that missed it, we're going to do a giveaway when we get to 50,000 likes and 50 shares in one video, and I go over 5,000 followers on my channel. Is that a better way to say it? Did that make more sense than the last explanation? Just spit on me. How rude. I feel like that was totally unnecessary behavior. It's hard to remember where you went. It's clear, right? So you can touch it because it's tacky, but I don't really want it all over me. Okay, I don't want to go in there. Alright. Spread it out a little bit so it'll dry. Get it out of the nooks and crannies. We can let this dry for a minute and then we'll be ready to roll again. Sound good? Okay. I'm going to wrap this brush up again. That worked much betterly. Put on the glue. Brush in the bag. All the things. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Candace, you're the best. All right. I see you. You're cute. You are cute. I'm sorry if I missed things. I'm trying to go back and look, but it doesn't like my finger. Guess we're good. Okay, so I'm gonna let that dry for just a minute. I'm gonna get me a wet wipe so I can get the mica powder and pigment powder and all the things off my hands. And then we're gonna put another layer of pink. Okay, so I have a plan. We're gonna go to this outer edge. We're gonna extend our yellow out this way. Whoops. So we're gonna extend our yellow out, bring them together, and then we're gonna extend in. We're gonna extend into here, out to here, and in, and yeah, all the things. So we can connect all our colors. That's what we're after. So we're gonna start with the yellow on the outside. Not sure any of that made sense. I can't set it down now because if I do, I'm going to get it in mica powder. So let's get ready here first. Pour a tiny bit of paint in the lid. Yeah, these, I think your statement was correct. These are very transparent. Come on. We're going to use this one. I think it's bigger than what I was using, but this is the one we're going to use to do what I want to do right at this moment. So these brushes that I'm using, there's a couple of them different sizes that I use, but they're all in one set and they're an angled brush. Okay. So I'm going to start kind of sort of in the center right here. And I'm just going to extend these out. I'm not going to pay too much attention to anything other than I'm just going to extend them out. But we're going to try it with lots of paint this time. One of the things that I had to get used to when I started the dot mandala, you dip your tool every time you add paint. We're going to try that theory in this one. I want the dimension, and 2, it's going to put more paint down. So I did it twice in one spot, or 2 spots. Don't want to do that. I am doing a little bit of a lighter hand than what I was doing when I'm applying this. I'm not pushing down as hard on the paintbrush because I think this will get us more paint on here. Might take me a few more minutes, but you know what? It's going to take me longer the more coats I have to do, right? And I think we're getting a lot better coverage. So I was thinking about that while we were doing the other. I'm sorry if I'm driving you crazy going back and forth between the two, but we'll get back there. The problem is this is kind of slow because I have to let it dry in between coats. So I feel like these 2 projects lend each other pretty well to doing that because they both need to dry. I'm getting a bit of mixing, and I may get more when I do the next coat of blue. Oh, dip, brush, dip, brush. More for me than you. Yes, yes. I think that'll help a lot. We're going to get a lot of dimension. It'll take me a little bit more to cover it with the epoxy, but I don't really care about that part of it. I think it's working well. And we'll have to do less coats. And we get glow in the dark tie-dye. So yay. I feel like it's a win all the way around. I would like to do, I'd kind of like to do a tie-dye in other colors. But I haven't really decided yet which colors, so. I still can't get my tips. So far, it's not running. So I feel like it's gonna work. We're gonna get a good blend of colors. I'm getting some green, but not a lot. So we'll paint the green in later. I don't know. What is dispersion colors? Tell me more. That's a new one for me. I think it is working though. We're getting definite better coverage from there to there. So I'm happy about that. Way happy about that. So when I come back to do the next color, I'll do in between those petals and over the top of them, if that makes sense. I gotta extend these colors out. I didn't do a very good job on mapping it out. But that's the biggest struggle I had with that one too, and it didn't matter in the end. It all came together. Besides, tie-dye's not all uniform and neat, right? Don't touch the wet paint, Eva. It's kind of hard when you're going all the way around the cut. Just saying. Oh, sorry. Way out of frame again. Liquid pigments. Okay. I'll look at those. In answer to your question, I don't know, but they might. We just got to get this channel to grow. Because the more people we have here, the more new things we can try. Because I just spent a ton of money to get new toys so I can play. I want you to learn, and I want to keep learning. But I also got to make a living, folks. Wish we didn't have to. Wish we could just play all day and not worry about bills and all the things. I don't like money exactly. It's not our friend, is it? Okay, I'm going to turn and go the other direction. So I'm going off instead of on. Okay. Last ring. I'm going to do it out of here now because my thing's empty and I don't want to put any more in there. We're almost to the end. Oh, geez, that was a lot. Oh, I stink at the frame today, you guys. I'm so sorry. Gotta get a little paint off my brush here. There we go. I'm not really sure what I want to do on this tumbler. Would you guys like a tutorial on doing a zipper tumbler? I'm not using inks. I am using acrylic paints. They are folk art, glow in the dark paints, acrylic paint. I normally do use a lot of inks. That's a valid question. But not today. Okay, we're going back from the outside in. But honestly, it doesn't make any difference, guys. You can go either direction. I'm making a mess with this brush because I can't see in there. Okay. Almost there, guys. And then we can go back to our mica shattered glass. Okay, and there we are. Bottom. Since I was out of frame for the whole darn thing, I'll show it to you. How's that? So, there we are. Much better coverage. So, basically, I use the same principle as I used with, sorry, it's really shaky, as I used with my dot mandalas. And I dip the brush every time, almost every time, that I put a stroke of paint on here. Like I say, so far, it is flattening to some degree. It's not staying in its little peaks. But it doesn't appear to be running, so I'm okay with that. Okay, that one's going to take a while to dry because that's pretty thick paint. So, I feel like I'm going to move it out of the way this time. Oh, let's try not to knock that one over. Get it out of here. Set it over there, out of the way. Sorry guys, I was kind of a little behind schedule this morning when I came to go live, as usual. I'm not exactly an on-time kind of person. I try really hard, but I stink at it. That is just the fact of the matter. Okay. So, now, I don't feel quite so crowded. Don't need that right at the moment. I need this. Okay, so we've done that. What kind of increase? Okay, colors. I really don't think I want to do that purple on there. It's a lot different color, but I still don't think I want to do it because I've hit purple underneath. I know I did the greens, but I don't have a paler purple to put on there. Okay, I do have a pretty cool gray. This is kind of a bronzy color. I have gold. So let's get some mica powder mixed, or some pigment powder mixed in here. I think we're gonna do a gray. I know we totally changed our color scheme, but it's kind of out of necessity. Blue, green, yellow, green. We're gonna do blue. Just because I haven't done that one. I've done the green a couple of times. Yep, I definitely haven't, because here's this lovely little tape again. Okay, we're going to go over here to the side because that worked really good the last time. And it did. That was much faster, I feel like. How we doing, guys? We've been at this for a while. Is everybody doing okay? Have any questions, thoughts, requests, all the things? Thank you. Okay, stick. Get this out of the powder. That's bad, I feel like. So I'm just taking this pointy little thing. It's a fingernail cuticle thing. The cuticle end actually works better to mix it, I feel like. Okay. We're getting there. That really changed the color of this. It lightened it up a lot. It looks more like a silver now than a gray. So that's probably good. Love silver. Love it, love it, love it. Love metallics. Okay, get off. Let go of my cup, I tell you. Okay, here we go. Kind of crazy, sorry. Just crazy by nature some days. Not always, but some days. I'm a pretty happy camper most of the time these days. Have a great marriage. My husband has a great job now, so we just transitioned out of a difficult situation. So we are doing fabulous now. Now if we can get my income replaced, we'll be doing great. I got about 3 more months to get this business off the ground before I have to go get a big girl job. Okay, this is awesome. Oh, you guys, you're the best. Thank you so much for all your help and suggestions, because this is working fabulously. I feel like it has pretty good coverage. You're going to see it somewhat, but not enough. I'm going to worry about it. I'm not going to do a second coat on it. We're going to seal it and put glitter on it. Glitter makes everything better. Any one of those little hammers, I feel like. That one covered really pretty good. Pretty good. Yay. Okay. You know what else would really look cool? Black. Color shift. Something on the bottom. And gold, copper, bronze, silver, gunmetal. All the metals. And that's it. What do you think? Hi, my husband. I was just talking about you. You're the best. So that 9 lazy tea right there, as you can see, that's my husband. You must be on lunch break. Or something. A break anyway, huh? Ah, don't touch there. What do you think? My shattered glass. It's not all painted yet. This is the underside. That's the painted part. All the different colors. Okay, what's next? Let's see. We have a yellow, so we have green. We have yellow. I don't know if that is what we put on there. We did this one. We did that one. We have a yellow and it kind of looks goldy, but it really wasn't goldy. So I have 2 here. I wonder if these are kind of those kind of powders you were talking about. This was just a set that I got. My daughter got me for Christmas. It's really pretty. I'm not sure it would cover much. I might use it in one of the solid colored square shapes down below. I might do that. We have this red. I don't want to do that here, because we have the orangey and we have kind of a red. You guys can't see the dang thing right there. Sorry. Okay, honey. Thank you. Love you. So we're working on these sections right here. So we have an orange there. I don't want to do a red, right? I got yellow. I got silver. I have a green over here, which isn't too far away. Blue's on the other side, so we don't want to do that. I've kind of boxed myself in with these colors, I think. I'm going to have to rethink this. What if we don't make them all? Whoa. Because I have some really pretty, like, different colors of, different shades of these colors. But I don't want to mix them all. And I don't have the containers to do it. So, thoughts? Thoughts. Your thoughts. I don't have a red on here. It's kind of a rust. I don't want to do it next to that. Okay, we're going with this mauve type red. Unless you have other suggestions, but I'm not seeing them. And I don't feel like I'm mixing it right now. I'm going to try to go up and away from the other one, I think. Up and away from the square next to it, because the rest of the glue this way is going to be that color. Right? I don't want to mix them. I don't. Sorry about the no music. I know almost everybody does music. But my goal is I want to be able to go back and see these. So if there's something that I do on one of my lives and I can't remember how I did it, I can go back and look at it. And the only way that I can do that is to post it to Facebook and YouTube. And I can't do that if I put music on it. Right? Because of the copyright deals. So that is why I'm not playing music. I love it, but they say no, and I have to follow their rules. Because TikTok doesn't replay them. And I have 90 days to do something with them, or I lose them forever too. So I have downloaded some of them to my computer. I gotta finish doing that so I can save them, but I thought y'all might want to be able to go back and be able to see them too. At least on, YouTube. I would rather put them on YouTube because I think they'd be easier to search than they will be on Facebook. And I can put, good descriptions in there of what's in it and all of those things. So that's my goal. Okay, that one covered really well. Right. Okay. So I need to do this one, and then we're going down. Okay. I think done that one. We have not done this one, but I don't know if I want to add any more colors or if I just want to keep repeating the ones I've done. I am going to put blue over here because the blue is over there on the opposite side of the cup, so I feel like that will balance. I feel like. So we're going to do that. Hello. And again, I'm going to paint, I'm going to add them towards my colors that are already filled. Now that I have that. Because I got some of it cascading down the cup the last time. It wasn't already painted with tacket, so it was fine, but it is painted with tacket down there now, so I don't want to cascade the color all the way down to the bottom of my cup. Hey, this stuff's sticking to my hair, peeps. Not a surprise. I know, but you know, just saying. Conversation's sake, right? My husband probably thinks I'm nuts at the moment. We have been on here for a really long time. Okay. Spread for me here. Work with me. There we go. I do like it. I do like working with the mica, that's for sure. So there we go. So, shall we experiment it? I'm curious because the blue is one of the colors that I know that I mixed, the blue and the silver, I know I mixed the mica powder with, right? So, or the pigment powder into the mica powder. So, let's see how it glows. I'm going to go shut my light off. Holy Toledo. The bottles glow. Oh, that's a phone. Okay, there we go. Look at that. My mess all over the table glows. That one I painted over the top of. This one right here. The line right there. I painted the mica over the top of that. Some of it's kind of splotchy, which is kind of what I expected, but it glows pretty good for just being in this light. I think once we get it under real light, I could unpackage my thing, I suppose, but look at these little bottles. That's some pretty serious glow, guys. And that's just from sitting under the fluorescent light for the most part. They glow. Pretty impressed. Pretty impressed. Okay, that was fun. That was bright. Even the bottle of paint was glowing. So that's cool. So some of them didn't glow very well, but I'm okay with that. I am. Hello, hello. Okay. So we have done yellow. I need to check my messages, peeps. Make sure that wasn't my husband needing something. Oh. Mana Titan stainless steel 1 gallon jugs. They have them at Costco. Those are kind of cool. Okay. On we go. So, now. Oh, we got to do that one. Okay, we're going here. So, here's our strip right here. We're going to go down that strip. That was our glow orange with something over the top of it. We don't want to do that one yet. We have green. We're going to do our yellow over here, and then we're going to go down here and do our silver. How's that sound? I think I can set it down. I shouldn't contaminate it. It's not sticky. These are the worst containers ever for this stuff. Drink. Drink. Fluid, fluid, fluid. I feel like a snack might be good, but I'm not eating in this room. Ow. Okay. Found it. This way. We'll see how much the mica powder sneaks under my tape. I've gone along the side of it, and I've tried coming over the top of it and coming down. Not sure which way is the best way to do it. Sorry, I'm out of frame again. It's so much easier to work on my lap. See how that goes. Sit up, girl. Sit up. I have to tell myself because you all can't. Y'all must be working on things, huh? I would say you would need to over. I don't know. I can sit there and watch for hours, I guess, but I am usually doing something besides watching. Oh, yay. Everybody's starting to get their orders from Mr. Fancy Pants with all their secret sauces from Miss Nikki. So exciting. I do love that stuff. It just adds so much to the tumblers. I do really like it. I want to try some other things with it. I know Wendy at GST, Gypsy Soul Tribe, has used it as a base coat, and she's also uses it a lot actually on her tumblers, and they are beautiful. Those are her techniques I would love to do. I've tried to do a whisper. That didn't work out very well, but I'll try again because I'll get it. I always do. Okay, so we have the yellow and we have the blue. I want to do the silver over here. So I feel like we can do the orange right here. I feel like. This is the part I don't like. Well, I don't dislike, I guess. This is the part I struggle with. Is colors when I'm doing something like this. If I had a different color for every piece, that'd be good. This mica powder is amazing stuff, though. Can you see? You can. Maybe I finally got it set right, so you're in the right spot, huh? Okay. We're getting there. It doesn't look like much, peeps. It honestly doesn't look like much. Part of the problem is I put these colors on here, and because of the background color, it changes the color, and then I forget which one's which. So probably more than 3 colors was a bad plan. Just for the memory factor. Okay. I should, okay. So we're going over here. Let's see, I want to do the silver. Did that one. The orange turned gold-ish on that purple. That's kind of the cool part, though, because some of them are getting painted over the purple, and some of them are getting painted over the green, and so the color really shifts depending on what's behind it. So that's kind of cool, too. I do like that. But the struggle is real because I don't know which colors I've used. Okay, so we're going to do this one again because I know I've done it. Our little mauve color. I'm just trying to sort of keep them away from each other. I may not always be successful. I'm trying. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. How are you? I know it's a long time. I'm losing a lot of you. I just want to get the rest of these painted that I have started, and then I am going to get off of here. I have orders to work on as well. So I can get the next coat of epoxy on a few things. And people don't seem to like to watch the epoxy part so much, so some people like, but most people don't. So, that looks a lot different on the purple. 11,000, nice. Nice, nice. Welcome, welcome. We are working on a very different shattered glass. Okay. One, two, three, four, five, six. We got 6 more sections, and then I'm going to get off here and get some work done, because I have some of that to do for sure. Okay. I think, nope. We're going to do a green section because there's purple running through it. So our lines will all be purple when we take the tape off. Oh, careful. Careful, careful. This one's going to be a challenge because I got wet tack it on 3 sides. Basically. No, 2 sides. Guess I can't count. Try not to breathe too hard on this stuff when you're doing it. That's for sure. And I also got to go check my mail because I have product coming and I don't want it sitting on my porch. We don't have as much trouble with it this time of year. Christmas time was awful. Everybody was getting their presents stolen off their porch. It's crazy. But I do still try to be careful. I'm close to a middle school and there's a lot of children, you know. Kids will be kids. So I just try to not tempt them. Let's put it that way. Kids are going to be kids. Okay. I don't want them broken or smashed or none of the things. Let's do... I do silver down there. We have... What did I do right there, you guys? What did I do right there? Right there. Maybe I did use this one. We're going to try it because it sure does look similar. Similar. So we're going to put that one right there. Yep. I started in the wrong spot. I should have, geez, I get you in frame and then I move, change positions. That's what I do though, a lot. I have to move a lot. I also need to get off of here and listen to my body because I have a really bad habit of not paying attention. And then I hurt big time because I pushed myself too far. Chronic pain stinks. But when I get in the zone, I'm really good at ignoring it. But that also gets me in trouble. Not quite, but it's pretty. I like it. Okay, so we're going to go to it's not on there very good. We're going to do that a little better. Okay. Go into our silver. We're going to start at the right side this time. Work away from the tacky instead of towards it. I was really hoping I could get it finished, you guys, so I could take the tape off. But we're gonna have to come back tomorrow and do it, guys, so I can eat lunch and get some work done. I also am not gonna have any space if I don't get some work done on it. But I don't know if I'll get to it today. I have other things to do. Okay. Okay, 3 more sections. Here's where we are. Looking pretty good. Welcome, welcome. Looking pretty good. Okay, so now we did the yellow, we did the orange, we did the red, the blue. I think we've done all the colors actually, guys. So we're gonna do this green because there's more. Oh, we just did that one. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Let's get the lid back on here before I spill it, because that'll happen. I don't want that to happen. It's not great. Not great. Okay. So we did the green. We're starting to repeat. Whoops. That's yellow. We did the pink. We did the red. We did the gold. Okay, we're gonna do the blue again. And then on the side again. This is the part that's hard when I have to do a corner. Hello, Farmhouse Tumblers. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining. It's going pretty well, guys. I feel like the mica definitely was a great tip, because it has pretty darn good coverage. Oh, that one's not sticky. Good deal. This one is. That's the challenge. Got a little run over in a few spots because the color cascaded down on me a little. Okay, 2 more sections, guys. 2 more, and we're out for the day, maybe. Unless you want to go on. I might need to take a break for a minute, but we have some new viewers, so if you would like to continue, we can do that for a little while. I have till about noon. It's like 20 after 11 my time. I feel like as long as I get off of here by noon, I can get accomplished what I need to get accomplished today. That's all I need to worry about. Okay, that silver didn't cover as good on that coat. So we did the blue. I think we'll do the green here. But we're going to do the darker one. I wanted to do it up there and I did the lighter one. So we're going to try the darker one. It's pretty easy to clean out your brush. Just wipe it on your pants. It's fine. Don't wear white pants. This is not a craft conducive to wearing white clothing. Just going to say that. Kind of going to blend together. I probably shouldn't even have used green on here at all, but or maybe just stuck with one color of paint underneath just to make it simpler. Yeah. Not good at making things simple on myself most of the time. Oh, shoot. Whoops. Okay. One last color choice. Nobody's telling me they want to stay on. So I will if I have viewers that want to watch, but I need to hear from you. At least for a minute. Just to tell me you'd like to watch more. If not, I'm going to get off of here, go eat some lunch, sit on my heating pad for a while so I can loosen myself back up again. And get some tumblers epoxied. You're here for it? Nice. Welcome, welcome. All right, you got it. We'll hang out for a bit. Get a bit more done. I feel like, I don't know. I don't think I can get it done quite in an hour, but you're watching too? Okay. We'll try to see if we can get it to the end zone and get the tape off of here. See what it looks like. Because I'm kind of excited for that. And we're over half done. I feel like this part took the most time because I was trying to figure out colors. Oh, thank you. I try. Okay, I got one more that's wet, and then I gotta do add tack it. So we're going to put the yellow down there again. I don't need this. Oh, I was using both of those grains. I don't need that. I don't think I need that anymore either. It's just in the way. We might need those glow powders. Okay. Yellow we decided, right? Yes, yes. Out of frame again because I changed position again. Imagine that. I really do try to stay in frame. That drives me crazy too. It's not stained glass, but that's sure what it's looking like. So what I started to do was Wendy from Gypsy Soul Tribe's technique, the shattered glass. That's what I started off doing. But then we decided we wanted to try mica powders, and yeah, now it looks like a piece of stained glass for sure. I like it though. Right? I love this yellow. I wish it popped as much on the tumbler, but as it does off. But that's not to say it won't under epoxy. Right? We shall see. Actually, it'll be, I'll probably spray it. Thank you. Okay, so there's the side. There's the butt. And there's the side. The rest is not painted. So the purple and the green is what's under the tape. The whole tumbler was striped like that. So, okay. So I was told that the tack will stay tacky so overnight. So I'm just gonna paint the rest of this with tack it, and then we're just gonna go back to painting with micas and see if we can get it done. It is, before I speech, let me look. This is a 30 for sure. No, it's a 35. It is a 35 ounce straight skinny plus. Plus being it has a screw-on lid. So, all right. I need this little brush. Ew, it's gross. And this one and my tack. And away we go. Right? I hope so. I hope so. We shall see. Okay, I need to do these little sections because like right here and here, we got a lot of points there. So I'm going to use a smaller brush for those areas, and then we'll use the big brush for the rest. So I just put a blob of paint on there and go for it. Like I say, when you're doing glitter, you have to be really careful using tack it. I don't burnish when I use tack it. I tried it once and it did not turn out well. I was not happy with the results at all. So I have not really played with that much, but I do use this to apply glitter. I usually just do it when it's wet. And as it dries, it just really sticks the glitter really well. So it's not that I don't like tack it. Might just be the method that doesn't like me. I don't know. I've used tack it over and over for a lot of years. This is not new to the glue industry. I've used it for many things over the years. It has been around for, I don't know, my son, like I say, he's in his latter 30s, and I was watching Aline's Crafts when he was a little kid, and they had it then. Oh, it's been around for a long time. I don't think they do that show anymore. It's probably long gone, but they did some pretty neat things on that show. It was one of the very first craft shows on TV that I know of. Okay. I think I am going to carefully paint the entire edges of this because I was having trouble going over with the big brush. So we're going to do it with the little brush and see how that goes. Works better. I feel like. Okay. Yeah, I got some run over in the spots. I wasn't thinking when I first started putting this on. I'll put it in the middle. This brush is really tacky from the last couple coats. Oh. Let me go back. I missed some things. Let me go back. It is a 35. I told you that. You do. I'm not good at it. Right? Yeah. Tacket's been around for a long time. I think some people think that this is a new thing. It's been around forever. So, a lot of these new ones, they're using it for different practices. So, there's that. But, Tacket doesn't wash. The tacky doesn't wash out of Tacket. I guess I knew that. I'd have thought about it when I was asking questions earlier, but one of the things I can remember her showing is they were doing like these flower things on clothing, and they'd use Tacket over and over to hold it on, and then they would go and take off whatever, the brooch or whatever they used the Tacket on, and wash the garment. The Tacket would be on the back, right, of the thing, not the garment that you're washing. It would be on the back of your corsage or whatever you did. And then they'd wash the garment, and then they'd stick it back to the shirt or whatever they were using. I need more room, you guys. So bad. I am really tired of this room. I feel like a sardine in here. My new room is all, it's spitting at me again. My room is all this junk is moved out of my room. Now I gotta go in there and scrub everything down, and it is an unfinished part of the basement, and so I don't want to finish it right now because it doesn't belong to me right now, and I don't know if we're staying here, so I don't want to invest money if I'm not staying here. So I want to go get some drop cloths and kind of build me a barrier, if that makes sense, to keep all the dust and debris and hanging sewer pipes and all the things you can see. Get them out of view. Okay. Let that sit for just a minute. I'm going to get a drink, answer some questions. Okay, give me some tips, Beth. What am I doing wrong? Because I tried burnishing, and this seems to be working fine. So, what kind of glitter do you use? Maybe that's part of my problem. Maybe my glitter choice wasn't good. Maybe it was too big. Most of my glitters are pretty small. I'm not I don't like working with the chunkies. I'm lazy. I don't want to put that many coats of epoxy on my tumblers. I'll do it for paint. I ain't doing it for glitter. Just saying. So, I mean, it's not that I don't use them. I do. But that's, like, that's big for me. And that's not very big. I've seen a lot bigger. And is the tacket what I can use to do foils, right? We could do that. I don't know why I was thinking. I wasn't thinking. I have foils, people. I have foils. We could have been adding them in here. Darn. Fine cut holographic. So, I mean, there's fine and there's super fine, and I feel like the one that I used was a fine, but I don't think it was super fine. And it didn't cover. Not very well at all. I did 2 coats. So I also did, it was at Christmas time. I think I was doing ornaments. And it did okay, but I didn't burnish it. I just, really packed it down on there. And that did okay, but when I went to burnish, all the glitter just came off. It left some, but I painted over the tumbler and started over because it looked awful. Awful. I'll try it again. It might just be climate too. I mean, that is a huge issue with some of this stuff. How it dries and how it works. Okay, we got to get one more coat on here. There we go. We're going to lay it down this time. Keep the glue down a little. I forget half my tricks sometimes. It's like, come on, use your brain. Work smarter, not harder. I can hear my dad telling me that. Come on, kid. So again, we're just working on this small little area with a smaller brush so I don't get more tacket in places I don't want it. And we're going to go along the edge. I'm sorry I'm repeating myself, but just in case we have new people that came in, get your thing back in frame, girl. Okay. I am going to have to remember when I go to email lunch to take my pills. I do great in the morning. I do great in the evening. I do not do good in the afternoon. Remembering to do that. I haven't had to do it for too long, I guess. A couple months, though. I feel like I should have it down by now. I don't. The older I get, though, the worse my memory gets. And I know that's a thing, but I feel like it's happening to me awfully early in my life. But I was in a pretty severe car wreck when I was young and sustained a pretty nasty concussion. And I feel like that has a lot to do with it. At least some. Some is age for sure. Okay. One more little side and then we can do the big brush. Be done in a jiffy. It does dry a lot faster than it did whenever I was using it this winter. For sure. Yours is golden pink. Red, white, and blue ombre burnished. Oh, that would be pretty. Well, yeah, but it didn't. that's it. The glitter fell off and that was the end of it. It was not pretty. It was not pretty. You could see, all you could see was speckles of paint, or I mean speckles of the holographic glitter and a lot of white paint. Oh, that didn't work at all. I'm really wondering if it wasn't, it was, so it was this winter in Montana. It was super cold and I had a really hard time getting it to clear. So I know it didn't dry very well. And I don't know. I almost just wonder if it was a lot, what was, the environment. Like I said, I haven't tried to play with it again, and I will, because I love that look. I've seen so many people do it, and it's so pretty. So I definitely want to try it. Okay. That can get put away. I'm pretty sure I'm done with it. This is our second coat, which is all we need. Pretty pretty. Okay. There we have it. So I'm going to get these brushes in some water. And it's going to take me just a second. My hot water is a little kind of far away from here. And I feel like that's important so I can break this down. Okay. Brief intermission, guys. I'll be right back. So sorry about that. I'm getting older, guys, and these run water, and my body just said, oh, that means, so. Okay. Not quite tacky, but we're getting there. Might have been a little thick in a few spots. For sure. Thank you. It is going to be pretty. Okay, sorry for the noise. Okay, I just wanted to get one side dry. We'll let the other side dry while we work on this one. So we got pink, green, yellow coming into there. That blue right there. And right there. This is the... Yeah, right? Yeah. My body doesn't wait. It's like, man, you better go now or you're going to be cleaning up a mess. That's just the way it is, like it or not. As you get older, yeah, really gotta appreciate that. Okay, we're going to do blue just because I feel like I'm thinking too hard. Okay, maybe I should start out here at this point because it is definitely surrounded. Keep the hair out of it. That'd be good. Might have got it a little thick in a few spots. The glue, that is. But Tackett really does a great job of adhering glue as well. And I've thought about, I've seen a lot of people use mixed glue in, they mix Mod Podge in with paint. But I almost wonder if the Tackett would work as well in certain things. Like, I've been told, like I said, I don't use a lot of chunky glitter, but I've been told that Tackett will hold it down really well. So it might be a good way to apply it if you're not using the epoxy method. Like I say, I don't often because I use fine glitter, so. But that's not to say I won't find something that I want to use chunky glitters on. Because I think they're beautiful. I just don't use them. I'll get back in frame in just a second. I think this is going to add a lot of dimension because I wasn't super careful with the way that I laid down the glue. Like I would have been if I was doing glitter, because you can see every single little line. But I feel like in this case that it's going to help it to, it'll shine off it in different ways. And so I just think it'll add dimension and depth. We'll see if my theory holds. I could be totally wrong. Okay, I need a green. So we're going to do this light green because at least then there'll be a contrast when I pull the tape off. Whoops. I may have just gotten my brush tacky. Hopefully not. Because I like this one for doing this, but I don't think I have another one. Oh no. Oh no, oh no. I got green where I didn't want green. It's not super dark though because I didn't brush it in, so hopefully we'll be able to cover it. Yeah, I did. Got a little bit of tacky glue on there. Just got to get along this tape line really well. And we'll be ready to move on. Okay, what am I going to put in a little triangle right there? That one shouldn't be too bad. I got a little green there too. I don't know if you can see it. I got a little green there. Looks a little darker on the camera than what it actually is. We're going to go back and do silver, I think, on that little triangle, and then we'll be ready to move on down. The mica is pretty cool because you can go over it again and it seems to, mica almost burnishes. It's just on a much finer scale, but it really does, doing it this way, using this technique at least. It kind of burnishes. So that's kind of cool. You can move it back over itself and get better coverage. So, I feel like that's kind of cool. So, there we go. We got bottom done all the way around. And then I think we might go on a field trip so I can, when I get it done, go on a field trip so I can spray it with clear spray paint. And then we'll bring it back in and we'll take the tape off while the paint is still wet. Okay. We are gonna do it. I'm gonna add a little bit of powder in here because I feel like I can put one over here and one over here and one down here and we'll have a little bit of balance. We're gonna add a new color. Might be a bad plan, but we're gonna do it anyway. This is yellow green, blue green, sky blue. We're gonna do the sky blue. Nah. We'll do this. We just need glow, right? We don't care what it is. Just glow. I don't have any in here, so I want to put some in here. I'm not sure I have it in a few of the other colors either, because I'm pretty sure I lost track. One thing is for certain, I am really good at making a mess. But we have a few colors on the bottom I can't repeat either because I wasn't paying good enough attention. I put glow powders on them and then I painted over the top of them with mica. so it made a different color. But this is an experiment, right? It's fine. Okay. I don't see any big clumps of the glow powder in there, so we are going for it. Out of frame again. You guys are probably just screaming at me. Hey, I can't see, I can't see. Get back in frame. There's a 3D company out there that's printing, at least parts of it are printed. It's a turner that doesn't have a motor. It's a manual turner. I think that's a great concept. Where did I see it on? The Thirsty Turtles. How many of you watch The Thirsty Turtles? If you don't, you should. They're both pretty amazing. Mr. Turtle is hilarious. And Jen is super, super talented. Love watching her. Just another one of those that, you know, she does things differently, and I love watching all the different makers and the different ways they do things. I learned so much. So I'm curious what, because I know if I put epoxy straight over the top of this, that would be bad, but I'm curious to see what the spray paint does. It's pretty. I like it. Okay. I am gonna save myself a little bit of trouble. And I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna paint these other two sections that I want that color right now. While I remember what I wanted to do. Sorry, guys. Between shifting my body position and my angle, depending on which side of the section I'm working on. I keep getting out of frame. This one has got some big time sparkle in it, which is cool. Not sure how much of it you can see, but when I get all done here, I will definitely show you. Okay. And then we're going to do one more section right down here at the bottom or the top of the cup. I really don't want to hold the cup by where the mica is or definitely where it's sticky, right? But so it's kind of a challenge to figure out how to hold this. We're getting there, peeps. Hang in there. We're going to make it. We are going to make it close enough. So it might take me another hour, whatever. Hour being, I think, we'll be done. Painted, tape off, done. Probably less. Feel like I won't starve to death in that time frame for sure. Pretty sure I could go several days without eating and be just fine. Okay, we're done with that color. Hopefully it got added in enough places that it'll look balanced, but at the same time, it's going to be on one side of the cup, or, you know, it's fine. Okay, so we have an orange and we have a copper there. So we got blue right there. Let's get our yellow back in here, shall we? We need to do yellow in a couple more spots. I know I already did the mica in it. Drink. My lips are getting dry. Hot Mess Tumblers. I've seen her. I don't know that I've seen her husband's work. Does he do awesome tumblers? That'd be cool. I want to get them from all the different makers too. So, Melinda from Carter's Creations came up with the best idea ever. And I'm going to copy her because I think it is the best idea ever. She wants to do a wall of tumblers that she's collected from other makers. And I want to do that too. Not that I'm not going to do a glitter wall, but as far as the wall that's behind me when I'm filming, I want to show off other makers' work. Because there's so many talented tumbler makers in our community. So I think that's a great idea. I think that she had. So she is, her channel, page, whatever. I don't know what they call it on here. Oh, 3D printing. Gotcha. I probably missed half the conversation. You were talking to me, were you? Oh, geez, sorry. Okay, so you got one of the turners the manual turners I was talking about. Sorry, guys, there is such a delay because I can't see it on the camera that is recording. So I'm on my backup channel, backup account, whatever. And so I watch the comments on my backup account, but they're so delayed. So delayed. So sorry about that it took me so long to get it. Okay, so there's a yellow. There's a yellow. We got a yellow there. So let's put yellow right down here. I was thinking about this earlier when I was doing it one side at a time because I didn't want to have all of it sticky at the same time. But it would have made mapping out the colors a lot easier if it was all done at the same time. For sure. This one I got to be super careful because all the sides are sticky. Hello. That's my email notification, y'all. So if any of you guys are interested in a specific tumbler or one of them that's already on my page, I have several more. Hopefully I can get the rest of that filming done this afternoon after I do my epoxy, because I can sit and do that. Hopefully I'll get the rest of them up on my page today. If you're interested in anything, please send me a message. You can go to my bio, and I have a link tree in my bio. If we're friends here, you can send me a message here. If we're not yet friends here, you can find me on Instagram. I have a Facebook group that I'm trying to build for a Tumblr kind of community where we can just go watch and learn and do all the things. I kind of like it to be a venue for people that want to start going live, because so many people have told me that they're afraid to go live, and maybe if we all got to know each other a little bit on that page, it'd be a little bit smaller space and a safe space for you to go practice. Anyway, the link to that group is also in my bio if you'd like to join and help me build that community. That would be awesome. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so we're going to go to this pink, I feel like. I'm pretty sure this pink was the glow and this over the top of it. But we haven't used it in a while, so I'm going to do that. I don't want to get too much in this tiny little corner. Dang it. I keep getting my hair stuck, peeps. Keep forgetting it about wet glue. The trials and tribulations. I should have put it up, but I wasn't thinking. And I don't like it up too much. Gives me headaches. Right, it's not that bad. I was really scared, don't get me wrong. I get nervous sometimes, like, am I saying the wrong things? Or I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't want to offend anyone. So I worry about that kind of thing more than anything else, because, you know, there's a lot of creators, and if my personality isn't for you, it just isn't. But this is who I am, so I want to be real, and I try to be real. So we're going to do another one right here. But yeah, I still get nervous. It's probably why I'm late half the time. It's not that I'm nervous. It's like I wait to get things ready until I'm ready to go live, right before I'm ready to go live. So that's probably a bad thing, but it's also a good thing because I don't have time to think about it before I go live. I just get everything ready and go live. But I think it would give people that are nervous, it'd give you a good place to go. So, sorry, just getting the cut more in frame for you. That is what you're here to watch, right? And so, yeah. So come join our group. It's very small. I just started it. We need peeps in there for sure. If you have friends that you think might enjoy it as well, I just want to talk about tumbler making and, you know, epoxy and all the things. I mean, everybody does different things, and we can talk about other crafts as well. I just want the main focus to be epoxy related. How's that? But if we get a little off topic, that's okay too. We're going to go wherever the majority of us want to go. I kind of started it originally. My thought process was it'd be a good place for customers to go and see all the new things and stuff like that. But then I started thinking about it, and it's like, yes, I'm trying to sell things so I can make a living, but I really want the camaraderie and get to know people. Band our community together. Support each other. All those things. So I've kind of changed the focus. I probably should change the name. I'm not organized. Do you see me? I'm a hot mess. I'm not organized. If I waited till I got organized, it would never happen. Just gonna say that because I am not the organized girl. Okay. I don't think I want another pink one, but we'll see. It's getting kind of hard to tell what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, wait. No, we have this other one. Other color. Okay, so we got blue there and there. So, and there. We can definitely do a blue one down here at least. Down or up here. Just because I'm holding it upside down. 'Tis the top. We only got one wet side. So that's good. I think it is important though to, try to do it away from the stickiness if you can. Because you don't want to get your next space covered in mica, right? So it is a challenge sometimes. Yeah, I don't know. Set a goal, I guess. Get wherever you want to film. Get that organized. Kind of, sort of. You don't want all your stuff there, because that's my problem. I don't have any space to spread out. I'd like to have an area that I can clean off every day so that basically all that's on that space is whatever I'm going to work on for that day in my live. That's about as organized as I'm going to get. But that's kind of what I would like to do. Is just have one space for all the different things. I want a glitter station. I want a place that I can paint that's a little bit away from my glitter. My turners, which are behind me, right there, is built on a workbench. So it's already kind of organized. I have shelves. I have drawers. It's not organized. The stuff's everywhere, but it's all contained in its own little space. So I guess that's what I'm trying to say is I want to, if you can set up one table, counter, whatever that you want to go live on, then you can just put whatever you're going to do for the day right there and not worry about all the rest of the things. Okay, so let's go to our silver. Get that in here. Gotta have the silver. Love it. It's one of my favorite colors. So I'm going to put it down here for sure. I don't have to be too careful on this one because it's covered on both sides. So we can just get it on there. Tap it off and we're done. Easy peasy. Okay, I missed one little spot, kind of. Okay. So we don't have, oh, there's one right there. There's one right there, so we're going to go right down the center. And now I got to be careful again of my edges that have wet tackets. Sticky tacket, wet tacket. I don't know what to call it because it isn't wet. Some days I struggle with my brain. That's for sure. You definitely got to do it in your own time. I most definitely didn't get rid of the fear. What I did do is start running out of time. And so it was definitely, okay, if you're doing it, you better get on it or you're not going to get to do it. Because you're going to have to go to work. If I'm capable of doing that, that remains to be seen, but if they don't release me to be able to go back to a job, then I definitely got to make this work because I'm not going to be on disability for the rest of my life. I'm too young for that. I need to contribute to my family's well-being. Okay, so we got that one. I don't want to put it there because that's going to be touching. We can put yellow up there. So I need to fill in this space right here. So we have yellow, blue, silver, pink right there, green right there. How about an orange? We haven't used it in a while either. Although I think that is what's right there. So we'll put it right here. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be pushy by any means. Blue monk. That was not my intent. If you took it that way, I'm sorry. Just giving tips, I guess. Take it or leave it. Oh, it's all good with me. Okay, because I didn't want you to feel that way. More just talking about what I wanted the space to be in the group. And I shouldn't say my because it's not my group. It'll be definitely the members group. All of us collectively. So I'm going to have to go. I should write her name down. I should, because I'm going to get out of this live and then I'm going to go, what was the name? What did you say it was? Hot Mess Tumblers. Yeah, I need to go find their 3D printing stuff. For sure. I just, I got dog bowls, so that was one of the other things that I wanted to do, is I wanted to do dog bowls. I originally got them for my dog, because my dog's spoiled. But I ordered one of the large ones, and I got to get, I have a 3D arm for the small one. I need a 3D arm for the large one as well. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces left, you guys. And we're done. That's exciting. And we're off to the paint. And stripping all the tape. Okay. We got 1, 2, 3. Okay. I don't like that we need a green on a green square, but we need a green on a green square. So I'm going to do the light green because I feel like that's more of a contrast. Oh, right. Let's see. Okay, let me see. I'm on my backup account on one. Okay, I followed you on there. And I can't see you on the other one. I'll go back and follow you on my other account in just a minute. That's all I can do. I can only follow you once. If I could give you 1,000, I would. Okay, I was opening this. Distracted. Okay. We're going to put this green right here. And I love it because it's surrounded by already painted squares. So we can do it super fast. I'm excited. We get a strip. The paint strips or the tape strips pretty soon. Almost there. Thank you for hanging in there with me. I'm sure there are many others in our group. Okay, 1, 2. Let's see. That green's clear over there. There's one right there, but I feel like we can do it here. And be okay. And then we just got 1 more square to figure out, you guys. 1 more. We are there. We're going to make it. We are going to make it. Okay. Ouch. That was my fingernail in there. I just hit on the bottom of the cup as I slammed it down on my finger. Okay. I think I'm going to go back and do this copper penny in this space right here, I feel like. It's not a lot far away, but I don't want to do any more green. Yeah. Rather than sit here and agonize and waste time. Sorry. Oh, so you have gone live with other people? I take it by your statement of solo. You've just not done it by yourself? I feel like that counts. You went live? Totally counts. I think there's a lot of people that don't. I mean, I have seen creators that I've watched quite frequently that always have people with them. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Not at all. Okay, guys. Here it is. In all its glory. So, let me get the things together that I need. I gotta grab my spray paint from the other room. And then I'll come grab the tripod. And I need a glove, a cup, and we'll go on a field trip. And we're going to paint this bad boy. And then we're going to come back and take tape off and see what we got. Okay, so give me just a second. Okay, maybe 20 seconds. Okay, first off, before we do that, I am going to take a can of compressed air. I'm not going to put it up there in frame because I don't want it all over me, all over my desk. Okay, so I just sprayed it off. Hopefully that'll keep it from splattering when we paint it. Okay. Turn that off till we come back. Okay, so we're gonna, I use my football. These are just the Dollar Tree paper towel holders. Because that's what I like to use. Makes it easier for me to hold on to it. Okay. Got my glove. So we're just using crystal clear Rust-Oleum enamel 2 times, whatever. Guess this doesn't say. It's just crystal clear enamel. It seems to work okay. You should see how much mica is all over everything, guys. Everywhere. I have to go get my little vacuum. Okay, here we go. Gotta shake you up a little. Gotta unplug you. Hi. Okay. Here we go. I'm excited. Are you excited? I can't see any of your comments because of these silly invite things. I need to figure out how to shut that off. Okay. sorry, I'm in the basement, so we gotta go up the stairs and out the door. And then I gotta figure out where I'm setting you. Okay. Through the garage. Oh, good. It's actually a pretty nice day. I can't see the camera at all. So, I'm not sure. It's too bright out here. I'm not sure. Whoops. Did I turn you off? No, that was the volume button. Okay. I don't know where to set you. Not sure you're going to be able to see me. Not much to see, I guess. So, as you can hear, just nice little bursts. I go all the way around it at least twice. I know a lot of people like to do 2 coats, but I do, I guess, all in one fell swoop. Ugh. Gotta turn around, guys. The wind decided to change directions on me. So some of the colors are darkening. Just going around the bottom. My rim to make sure I got it all good. All right. It definitely changed directions. Okay. Whoops. Sorry. I'm shaking the heck out of you. Not my intention. All right. Here we go. Back inside. My American flag. My dad's, whoops, wrong way. My dad was a Marine. Oh, nice. Okay, here we go. Down the stairs. Sorry, guess I should have taken you on the tripod. I'll get better at this. I haven't been going live all that long either. So I'm not always good at it. Sorry. One-handed here. One-handed here. Okay. Let's go set this down. It is beautiful. It made it really sparkle. I need another glove on, I feel like, so I don't get paint all over me as I take this off. Okay. Put my lid back on. Gotta cover my fingers slightly so I can put you back in. Oops. Okay. All right. Let me get all my micas off of here. Just push them out of the way for right now, so I can stick all the tape to this and then we can just throw it away. So here we go. Most of it should be pretty easy to get off. I don't know. It definitely darkened it. You can see through it in some spots, but I feel like that's all right. I live in Butte, Montana, right? Right, and I think that's fine. Back to the box thing, just because I just read your comment. I think that's fine. Who cares? It's all about, you know, what you want, not necessarily what anybody else wants. Okay, I don't know which one is my main strip. It is not that one. I'm going to get them all out here so I can see them. But I'd like to pull my main one first because that'll lift a lot of them up one side. And then I'll kind of be doing them in opposite order. That's awesome. Sitting on a toilet seat. Hey, it could happen. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it does have a white rim. You're funny. Oh. Helena is about 60 miles from me. Oh no, you guys. I'm not sure this is gonna work. So it's not the paint kind of created a, I don't know. If I try to peel this tape off of here right now, it's not gonna work, guys. It took it right down to the metal. Right down to the metal. So, that paint is not going to work underneath there. That's very disappointing. And as you can see right here, it's just lifting the whole thing. So, I'm not really sure what to do with it. It's dry to the touch. I don't know what to do. Because I feel like if I just take it off, I'm going to go get my X-Acto knife. And we're going to try that. See what happens. If I have to do something with the silver, that's not a big deal. But that's why I do this, right? These are all experiments, and hopefully we both can learn something. And that's kind of my whole goal. Because that's exactly why I don't do any of this. I don't know how she gets her stuff to stick. Because every time I have used tape over the top of spray paint, acrylic paint, doesn't matter. Every time it's pulled off on me. Whether I've let it sit for a week before I did it or 2 hours. So it's still holding true. I don't know. Like I say, I don't know if it's climate. I don't know if it's... I can't say it's not thick enough because I did 2 layers of the acrylic paint over the top. So, not sure how to make it work. Short of doing epoxy first and then going and then doing it. Doing paint, doing epoxy, doing this. Not that this is unnecessarily a bad thing. It won't take me very long to do it because I have a guide. But what I'm disappointed about is my paint. Because I am going to lose my paint. And maybe that's not a bad thing. The stainless steel might look just fine. I'm just disappointed because it's not going to be the color shift paint. So, it's not what it started out to be, but it is what it is. So all I'm doing is taking my X-Acto knife and running down both sides of my tape. This first one's a little jagged because I didn't know it was going to do that on me. But like I say, it's not going to take me that long just to run along these lines and cut it. Score the paint. My only concern now is if these are going to stay in place long enough for me to get the epoxy on it. And this one doesn't want to peel off. Make up your mind. Tape either after paint, you either come off or stay. Now I feel at this point, just come off. It's kind of pretty with the silver. It is kind of pretty. Anyway, I don't think I finished telling you. So I don't live very far from Helena, about 60 miles, and I'm 130 miles out of Missoula. So neither one are super far. Go to both of them pretty frequently. Go to the doctor in Helena pretty soon. Well, August, but my new doctor is going to be in Helena. Oh, whoops. Okay, let's go here. The bad part is now I can't just take all this tape off real quick. I kind of got to pay attention to where I'm removing it from. Oh, you better. It's like the tacket just ate my paint. So, not happy about that. Not happy about that at all. Okay. Oh, just come off at this point. So I am going to take all of the tape off, and then I'm probably going to let it sit all night, and hopefully it stays, because before I waste epoxy on this, I want to make sure it isn't all just going to wrinkle up and peel off. Oh, really? That's awesome. I actually, I grew up in Butte and graduated from, I would have graduated in 1984 had I have kept going to Butte High. I did not, however, which is our main high school here. We do have a Catholic high school as well, but that was our public school. Okay. I take that one off. I need this one. It's hard to find I gotta find the ends of the tape now. I can't just rip them up. So now I'm curious if it's the tacket that did this. It's got to be the tacket, right? Or if it's the minerals. I don't know. Okay, can I take this one up? I can if I cut it off. I'm going to do that. I think I did both sides. Pretty sure I did. We're going to find out. Oh, cut. Yeah, in this case, I'm going to say it's just the tacket. Now I want to try it again. You have to come out of there now. You're not allowed to stay. You blew your chance, paint. You don't get to stay in some places and come off in others, right? Not acceptable. Not acceptable. Okay, that one's free to there. Pretty sure I did it already, but I'm going to do it again. So every now and again I get off line with the tape. So I'm just kind of going from the other angle or the other end so that I can get back to a straight line. This is a pretty big strip of tape, so I'm trying to do along both sides of it so I can pull it up. You bugger. Okay. Got it. Kind of do like the look of the silver, but I kind of am a silver girl. Ah, careful there. Ah, no. I don't know. Might be a combination of the tape and the tacket. I don't know. It isn't a total fail, right? Mostly the disappointment is I had expectations. And so it didn't meet my expectations, but I still think it's going to be pretty. It's just not going to be what I thought. Okay. I need to move for just a second, guys. I've been sitting in that chair for a long time. I need a drink. How are you guys doing? anyway, this is what I was talking about for the dog bowls. This one fits the small Hog dog bowls. So I got to order me a large one because Hog had a pretty nice sale the other day, and I ordered a lot of different types of tumblers. So we have more shapes to play with. Because. Okay. There we go. Let me turn around this way for a while. So. Too much. Too much mic powder. Oh, wow. I can't even look on there. Okay, here we go. Back to what I was doing. I cut that side. I did not cut this one. I did not cut that one. Okay. Just get the tape off of there. Okay, so this one's on top on both sides. It's getting a little... that one might not be straight. Fabulous. We got one green strip that wants to stay. This is not good. Let's try it from this end and see if I can get it out of there. Nope. There we go. It wants to stick in a few spots. It's a jigsaw puzzle. It is, it is. So now I don't know where to go from here, but I will give it some thought and we'll figure it out. That one's on top, so I got to get it peeled off a little ways, at least. I feel like the bottom paint, though, I don't know, maybe I needed to let it dry because of putting the glue on here. Okay, there's one. This one I'm just going to cut it and go. Maybe. Okay, peeled to the junctions. Now this one. I'm going to start from the bottom, I think, because I can see it better. Can you guys see me? Okay. Okay. I just don't know because the paint, when I pull it up, doesn't feel wet. It's not sticky at all. So, I don't know. I don't know. I definitely will seal it again, probably, when I get this all off, just so that I don't, it doesn't contaminate the silver, because now that it's uncovered, it actually is pretty. I mean, it's, like I say, I'm disappointed in, I don't get my color shift paint, but it is pretty. I think I already cut this one, but I'm going to cut it again. Okay. There it is. There it is. Come on. Thank you. Now I wish I'd put purple, because I'm not going to get to see any of it. And purple's my favorite color. But you can, where I sprayed it, you can see some of that shimmer of that paint under there, which is kind of a cool effect. I am not sure this is any longer a shattered glass, but it's fine. Okay, let's get this one off. Nope. Okay. And this one I think is ready to peel the rest of the way. Yep. Just making double, triple sure here that I've cut all the angles, so I don't peel anything I don't want peeled. Okay. Oh, shoot. Way off track. There we go. And this side. Okay. I'm going to cut through the tape on both sides of this one. Because I don't want to pull, whoops, I don't want to pull too much. Sorry, it's kind of looking like a mess. But it's good, it's good. Okay. I'm going to break that one. And this one, let's get it off the rest of the way. Almost thought I cut that crooked, but it was what was actually on the tape. Uh-oh, don't do that. Let's see, we're going to cut this down and that down, and then we can get this off. Super. Okay. I'm hoping I can get it just to stick long enough to get it clear coated. It might all peel off, guys. We might have a bare tumbler to start with tomorrow. Who knows? Who knows? It is what it is. Okay. There we go. We got the bottom done all the way around, or the top as the case might be. Oh, you bugger, you were doing good. Okay, down the green side and we can pull this one off. Okay. Got this one little short one here. Oops. We'll get it out of the way. Sorry guys, I got really quiet, didn't I? I didn't mean to. Thank you. I'm just really concentrating on what I'm doing here. Did I cut that already? I did. But it is the underneath side. There we go. It is. It is. I'm okay with how it's turning out. I think this is going to be one of those brain teasers for a while because I need to figure it out because I still want to do other things. I didn't cut down this side. But it was not what I started out to do, but it's still beautiful. So, there's that. Okay. Let's get these two up. Alright, I feel like I can take it off of here now. So I can move it around a little easier. Yeah, the way I'm cutting this is probably not making any rhyme or reason for you because you can't see where the tape is attached. Okay. I got both sides of this one as well. Did. Alright. Now. Some of these are super hard to see. So I just start cutting and then I find another piece that's like, okay, so this is just attached here and here, so I need to take it off first. So then I have to cut somewhere else, but it's fine. It's just a little bit of slow process. Much slower than it initially appeared. Okay. Found a little stubborn piece where the tape or the paint actually wanted to stick. Like, yeah, no, you don't get to do that now. My only concern is my stainless steel is scratched because I sanded it before I put the paint on it. So there's all the sand marks on there, and those are going to be visible. But if it looks super bad, we'll tape it. I think I already did this part. Had two pieces of tape wanting to come off at once. Oh, another one. This was a long piece of tape. It was definitely one of the first ones I put on. Because it goes almost all the way around the tumbler. So we're not going to peel it that far, but we're going to peel it for a ways for sure. No, you have to come off of there. No tape gets allowed to stay on the tumbler. Okay, that's as far as I can go with that one. Let's get this one off of here. Guys, I feel like I'm not destined to create GST things. Because I tried to do a whisper and that didn't work. I've yet to try a Waymaker. I would love to because I think they're beautiful. We're going to take this strip off too. Clean off my knife a little. I'm way over schedule. We're fine. I got like 20 minutes of epoxying to do. If I get that done for my orders, I would be happy. They're all done. Most of them are just getting second coats, so not a huge big deal. Okay, I'm going to cut this one off before it sticks to something. Okay. That is just... Okay. I got a small one up here. I'm going to get it off. Maybe if I get these cross ones off. It'll go a little faster because then I can get the long strips off. I can hear it as soon as I go off the tape, or go onto the tape, I guess, as the case might be. As soon as I leave the tumbler. Uh-oh. I cut my tape. I did right there somewhere. Whoops. Probably rolling in mica powder over there. One more. I can get this one off. All right, let's turn it around. Clean off my blade. Try it from this direction. Much better. Much better. Okay. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Thanks for hanging in there with me. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. So one of the things you got to be careful of doing this if you've not done it before is your pressure changes, right? Because depending on what side of the tape you're cutting on. So you got to pay attention to that pressure. I am just cutting right here, whoops, because I have tape coming together from 3 different directions, and I don't want them all peeling off at the same time, because that would be bad. Oh, that just did it. There's definitely going to be a few errors here. I do not have perfectly straight lines everywhere, so that's just part of the nature of things. Okay. Are you hanging in there, guys? Thank you. Is for N is fun. Yes. Okay. It is fun. I mean, even I was frustrated when I took that first strip of paint off for sure, but you know, well, it goes away rather quickly. Just stand it up, guys. We're almost there. A drink. Okay. Last little stint here, and I think we'll have it. Okay, let me get these ones that are on the bottom here, because I think those are going to be the most difficult. So we're just going to go nice and slow. So we don't cut them in places we don't want to. Going over this rounded bottom is a trick. I'm going to go from this angle. Maybe not. It's a challenge, guys. And gals. I shouldn't call you guys, I guess. Because it's one of those terms that I've just always used. No offense intended. There we go. I think we got it. So let's see if we really got it. we do. It's just stretching a bit, the paint. Another one of those areas that decided it might want to stick. Darn it. Okay. I don't know, guys. Not sure if it's going to stick. Not sure, not sure. Like I say, the whole thing might just dry up and peel off. But we'll see. Okay. That's a pretty big one. That one I ripped in half. That one I rolled over. Nice. It's a delicate little flower, I feel like. Other side. Gotta be careful because this is the one that went crazy last time. These little dips and valleys on the bottom are not easy. But I want to cut to here at least. Because my tape went all the way to the edge. Okay, now the rest of these I'm just going to get them off the bottom. And then I'll finish them when I get down the side. Oh, these are a trick. There's very few places that the paint wants to stick, but when it wants to stick, it's stuck. Okay. It's off the bottom. That was my goal. I'm kind of glad I did the bottom now. I was holding my breath in case you didn't catch that. Okay, let's get this one off because it's a short little line. And I missed it when I was getting the short lines off. This one feels weird. This one right here feels weird. It's really chalky and the rest of them aren't, so I'm wondering if I missed a bit of the paint. Or the, yeah, spray paint. I don't like going off this edge. Excuse the tongue if it comes out. That's my concentration. You can tell how much I'm concentrating by whether my tongue's sticking out or not. Got that from my grandfather. I'm pretty sure because he used to do that too. Gotta make sure the purple one's done too. Oh, we're almost there, guys. Almost there. We can get this long one off now. And we've got that one, I think, wraps. I don't know, I cut it so it doesn't wrap all the way around now. So that's cool. We'll cut it right there. And we'll cut along these. Other side. It is really pretty in spots. I will hold it up for you in just a few minutes because we are almost done. Almost done. I got a few lines I need to touch up, a few places I need to get the paint off. Just little pieces that decided to stick. And we go over this fun little edge again. Not too bad on that one. And now this one? That sounds so funny. I can hear it echoing out of the end of the cup. Okay. Get that off. Okay. 1, 2. Really? 2 more? Okay, 3. 3. That might be a piece of tape stuck right there. I can't tell. Oh, it is. Right there. Wow, I couldn't even see it. All right. This is that one. If you were here with me in the beginning, I hadn't really paid much attention to the bottom, and then I connected the 2 of them together. So that's what this one is. It's connected. It kind of goes all the way around. I tore my tape right there somehow. Way out of frame again. Sorry. I do notice eventually. Okay, going from this direction. Just to make sure I got it all right there. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to cut this tape right here. And we'll do the other one from the other side. Okay. The other thing about my Facebook group, I feel like it'd be a great place for everybody to share their work too. Ask questions. And all of those things. I messed it up a little bit right there. Okay, I think we're down to 1. Pretty sure I already cut this part because it's coming off way too easy, or going down way too easy. But I didn't cut the other side. Okay, you guys. Here it is. Very cool. Very, very pretty. And here's the bottom. So I feel like that's it. Like I said, it is not perfect. There's a few mistakes on it, but overall, I'm pretty happy with it. So, here we go. Our shattered glass, stained glass style. How's that? Alright, I'm going to get rid of this and this, which will get rid of at least a good part of the mess. Yes, yes. Thank you. Okay, guys. I have been on here since 7 o'clock this morning. It is now 1:30 in the afternoon. So, thank you, Griddle and Grandpa. Thank you, Blue Monk. I am going to get off of here, and I will be back in the morning at 7, and we'll continue on with, I don't know, I might work on the, brain's done. Brain is just done. I may work on the tie-dye a little bit more tonight. And we may do some of the alcohol inks. I got new alcohol inks. The other set should be here today. The other set of tape, the other kind of tape that I ordered should be here today. I'm going to put that back on here and just let it sit. And I will definitely get this sprayed. I might get it epoxied when I epoxy the other stuff today. We'll see. If I do, then tomorrow you'll get to see it under epoxy. Like I say, I've got 4 or 5 tumblers that need to be done so that I can get them finished up and get them shipped out. But anyway, thank you. I'm going to do that. I am starving. So, like I say, I don't want to snack in this area. Not with epoxy in here. Not okay. So, I don't know. We'll find something new to do tomorrow, and we'll continue on with the projects that we already have started. Like I say, if I get to this, I'm probably going to take it upstairs with me and spray it again after I clean it off a little bit, but I am going to go eat first. So, thank you all so much. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you for all the likes, and we're getting closer to that 50,000 mark on the likes. So, hey, hooray, hooray. Thank you for the shares. Thank you for the follows. I really appreciated all the gifts, and most of all, I appreciate you spending your time with me. So, I will see you all tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. Bye.